Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the House Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs. As noticed, we have several bills we'll be hearing in committee today, and also an executive session is scheduled for this afternoon. Before we get into that, please rise with me and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. The first bill to be heard this morning is HB 1734FN, and I will recognize the prime sponsor, who is also a member of our committee, Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Chairman McDonald and members of the committee, or my colleagues. Today I'm going to introduce House Bill 1734, which authorizes the creation of experimental treatment centers in New Hampshire. This bill expands patient access to cutting-edge medical treatments while maintaining strong physician oversight, scientific review, and patient protections. It also is designed for patients who have no remaining treatment options. It also allows licensed providers and qualified entities with authorization from the Department of Health and Human Services to offer investigational drugs, biologics, and medical devices that have successfully completed phase 1 trials and determined to be safe, but are not yet fully approved with the FDA. This bill specifically came from, for me to be pushing this bill basically came from the HB 701. We saw with the right to try that we needed to do a little bit more to be able to push these experimental treatments, push these things to be able to save lives and do things. Again, I handed out a cut sheet that kind of gives you details of the bill, broken down from my perspective so you could see it. So as you hear testimony today, everything should be in line with what I gave you. Again, there's some of the proponents of the bill have asked about informed consent, which you can see it has to be recommended to their treating physician, be informed of FDA-approved alternatives, provide written informed consent acknowledging the risks, possible outcomes. So I'm going to leave it at that because there's a lot of people behind me that probably have a lot more information and understanding that can help you with your specific questions. But I am open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Woods.
Well, I'll raise that issue. If we look on page 1, line 3, it says amend RSA after Chapter 126Z. So it's not doing anything to Z, it's adding. And however, if we look down to 126 on line 13, there's definitions here, and in that on line 15 is eligible patient, and it gives a definition. However, if we look back, and we're not changing 126Z, if we look at 126Z, there's two, unfortunately, in RSA, there is a title, 126Z1 definitions. Farther down, there is another 126Z:1 definitions, or 2 segments. Each one of those has a definition of eligible patient, and in either one of those they don't match, and they don't match the definition as outlined here. So I wondered if he had any.
I think Representative Weber has a thought on this. Representative Weber.
This is a whole new chapter.
I understand.
Chapter Z is one chapter. Chapter double Z is a second chapter. And it says under definitions on line 14 in this chapter. So the double Z definitions apply only to the double Z chapter, leaving the definitions in Z to go with that chapter. So if they're different, each one applies only to their own chapter.
Representative Woods, too, to kind of follow up on that, it looks to me different than what you have there. So I'm not sure if maybe there's a mistake on that original one that you have, because it doesn't match what you just showed me.
Yeah, well,
Okay. We can
thank you.
figure that out
Other,
later.
other questions or comments? Seeing none. Okay, thank you, Representative Kesselring. And as is our custom, the prime sponsor is given a little extra time to explain the background of the bill, and everyone else is asked to keep their testimony to 3 minutes. And all of you seem to have indicated 3 minutes on your card, so I appreciate that. Next up is Dr. I believe it's Elmer Burchelt. I'm pronouncing that correctly? Hopefully, I'm close. Good morning.
Can you turn on your microphone?
And could we get a spelling?
Sure.
That is absolutely correct, and thank you for having me here.
And your name is, I'm sorry, your last name is Burchault?
Burkhardt is German. Yeah, I'm German originally. Correct. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Elmer Burkhardt. I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Immunotherapeutics. And I'm here to talk to you about one of the toughest problems that we face in medicine today, which is that cancer is evolving. It's not a static disease, it's a disease that is constantly changing. And therefore, many of the conventional chemotherapies do not work. They start to fail with time because the cancer is escaping these therapeutics. And that's why these traditional one-fits-it-all medications typically don't work. They require more sophisticated approaches. It's an evolving situation, a very complex situation for patients. And I work for Immuneo. We have a possible solution to this problem. We take advantage of explainable AI and about all the information that is contained in the tumors. They call it omics, so it's genomics, proteomics, metabolomics. There's a whole bunch of information that is available these days about what a tumor is and how it evolves with time. And we're taking this and produce customized, patient-specific peptide vaccines for these to treat these patients. It's a dynamic situation. Often these patients are very sick, and we take the information and make something that fits the individual patient. The goal is to re-enable the patient's immune system again. That is, everybody has a ability to fight cancers, but the tumor suppresses this kind of ability in patients. And we are using computer prediction mechanisms to predict which kind of peptides will, so to speak, re-enable this innate immune response that patients still have. You can hear it from my accent. I'm originally a person from Germany. I came here in 2006. I've been a CEO of public companies. I've been working as a vice president for Pfizer and for various biotech and pharma companies here in the US as well as in Germany. And I took advantage of something that is very similar to what you are proposing here in New Hampshire, which is individual treatment attempts. So we have something like that in Germany, and we actually did use our technology so far in 4 German patients.
You can wrap up, sir.
I'm sorry?
Please wrap up.
Yeah, with a lot of success. We've been able to reduce cancer masses. We've been able to lead to prolong a patient's life expectancy, and now we're looking for a safe place for patients to receive these kinds of treatments here. And I think the 2 bills do serve 2 purposes. One is to solve the logistics issue that would be number 1734, where patients can undergo safe treatments under strict scientific supervision. And 1735 actually solves the access problem. Because when patients
Have you
are...
signed up to testify on 1735 also, or?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, why don't you talk about that when we get to that one?
All right, okay.
Okay.
So,
You all set?
yeah, I just want to say, it's very important to create an ecosystem that allows this kind of treatment, because the conventional approaches are too slow and they are just not customized enough.
Thank you. Are you taking questions, or? Are there any questions for this gentleman? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two, one of which is when you say you increased longevity for patients in Germany, by how much did you increase the longevity expectation?
Yeah, it depends. So we had two breast cancer patients, two females. Their life expectancy was between 3 and 6 months, according to what the treating doctors are telling us, and they survived for 5 years.
Thank you. And it was they were expected to have 2 to 3 months. Is that right?
Between 3 and 6 months.
3 and 6.
Yes.
And if I may.
Sure, follow up.
And my other question is, are these treatments being experimental? Are they covered by insurance?
They are in Germany, but some patients actually do pay to synthesize the peptides.
I'm asking,
Yes.
are they paid for by insurance in the United States? And if not, what are the costs to the patient?
We didn't treat, we couldn't treat any patients in the U.S. So far. We are aiming for clinical studies, but is it okay if I explain the background a little bit?
Sure, in response to her question, sure.
Sure. So what I've seen working for Big Pharma is a lot of developments where
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I really did have a very narrow question,
Okay.
one of which was, is it covered in the United States by insurance?
no, so far not.
And if it's not, what would be the cost to the individual patient? Just a range. That's all I need to know.
I couldn't I couldn't tell you. It's probably in the range of $10,000 plus.
It doesn't have to be
Got it.
exact.
That's fine. That's exactly what I needed to know.
Yes,
Thank you.
sure.
I appreciate it.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So when you say that cancer is evolving and conventional chemo is no longer working, are you just talking about within specific patient or over time cancer is evolving, or does it evolve anything on population levels that we see different types of cancer?
Well, different cancers progress differently, but there are certain types that progress very fast, as you know. Pancreatic cancer, for example, is one. And it's basically that you take the brakes off. So there is, in normal cells, there is kind of a brake that prevents mutations from occurring and the tumor from developing further. Now, in these tumors, these brakes are often gone, so they accumulate more and more mutations, and actually that makes things worse because they don't become susceptible to conventional chemotherapies anymore.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wonder if you might speak, just briefly to your comment about, the importance of this being the establishment of the infrastructure. So why is the establishment of a specific infrastructure important? Why not, if it's gone through phase 1, just allow these kinds of things in a normal hospital setting? Why go through creating this whole additional infrastructure? What do you see as the benefit of that versus the other setting?
Well, I think the benefit is that the patient access is a lot quicker So when these are established as regular contact points for patients, they could be directly referred to these centers. They would be controlled, so it's very important to ensure scientific accuracy of these. And they can be done outside of normal clinical studies. That's a very important point. So with every patient, with every iteration, we learn new things. We actually sometimes change the composition of the vaccines as we treat these patients because the tumor evolves and we need to target it where it is in order to be successful.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak, and I'll try Beharaz or B-A-H-A-R-E-H. I know I'm not even close.
You're not the first to struggle with that. So I go by Spring just to make it easier. But it's Bahare Behruz.
Hey, could you spell it for us, please?
Sure.
For the benefit of some of the members.
Of course, it's Bahareh is the first name. Last name is Behrouz.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I'm a PhD neuroscientist, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Vincera Biosciences, where we develop small molecules for diseases of aging, particularly neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. And it's my understanding that most cases of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's currently do not, the right to try currently doesn't apply to those because they don't meet the definition of terminal. So you'll be hearing from me again in the next session. But regardless of that, I think if New Hampshire is going to allow access to experimental medications, it would be a good idea to have these specialized treatment centers. And this question was just asked of the prior person. I think this will allow the centers to work directly with the companies to understand the risk profile, to understand which patient subpopulations would actually benefit from these particular therapies, which ones it might be harmful for, what other medications they might be taking that could potentially interfere. Some of these things that may be difficult for a physician if they're not as familiar with these investigational therapies. So it's my understanding that this HB 1734 has a lot of guardrails in place. I will say as a drug developer, we find that very attractive, that there is requirement for safety. The last thing we want to do is even be associated with other companies who may be, promoting molecules or therapies that may be toxic or maybe snake oil. So I'm happy to see that there are guardrails in place and there are requirements for a physician to be a medical director. There's oversight by a scientific review board. I think those are all very attractive. And I think that all in all, this basically allows companies like ours to provide patient benefit much, much earlier. So phase 2 and 3 clinical trials, particularly for neurodegenerative diseases, can take between 5 to 10 years. So this would allow us to actually provide benefit to patients who may otherwise, die before they would basically have an opportunity to partake in that. I would be happy to take any questions from you.
Thank you. Representative Weber.
Thank you. Could you explain to me, because I am not a medical professional, what exactly is entailed in a phase 1 trial?
Sure, yeah. So a traditional phase 1 trial is performed in healthy volunteers. And what you do is what's called a single ascending dose. So you give just one dose of the molecule to a healthy individual, and then you increase the dose of that with another healthy individual and another. And once you see that there aren't any adverse effects, so the person can tolerate it well, and you do this in multiple people, then you go into what's called a multiple ascending dose. So you give the person, for example, a daily dose for a period of time, like 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And then if that's well tolerated without any, and these individuals are monitored 24/7, you collect blood, you make sure that there's sufficient exposure of the molecule, you see that there aren't any adverse events, then it's considered safe for individuals.
And could I just, and so how long would you expect a properly designed phase 1 to take?
It's a really good question, and it depends on the specific molecule that you're looking at. I would say on the low side, it's usually 2 weeks, and on the high side, it can go up to 3 to 6 months. Usually, it doesn't go much longer than that for phase 1.
And could I have one more? And so how many people do you use as volunteers to try this?
So for each of the cohorts is what we call them, each of those groups that's receiving a dose, it's usually 5 to 6 patients or individuals rather. So overall, you end up with somewhere in the 70 to 100 individuals have tried the molecule.
Thank you very much.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. In the course of your current studies that you just described, what kinds of institutions were they being conducted in?
The phase 1 clinical trials are usually at specialized contract research organizations. So they're usually not at hospitals. They're very specific centers actually that do this. And that's all they do. They have physicians on site, kind of similar to what these centers that are being described here. Phase 2 and 3s then go into hospital settings.
Oliver.
And would those studies be under the purview of the hospital's institutional review board?
The phase 1s, here it's an FDA approval that's required for the phase 1 clinical trials.
And what about 2 and 3?
As well, yes.
Okay.
All human clinical trials in the U.S. at the moment.
So the IRB is not involved at all?
IRB for the phase 2, and 3, IRB is probably also involved. But yeah, I think FDA is the primary kind of guideline setter.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Also signed up to speak is Dr. Jeremy Elser.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Jeremy Elser here. Thanks for having me. And I'm the founding CEO of the biotech ship of Theseus. So we are a preclinical stage. We're about to file our pre-IND. We have a platform technology, so basically a class of molecules, a class of genes that we work with that can do a lot of different things. The example that I wanted to talk about and how we might use these centers, if you imagine you're a patient with multiple myeloma, and so you're going to get a bone marrow transplant. You're going to be in the hospital for quite a while because you get a bone marrow transplant and your immune system regenerates. So we have a drug that we think can help that patient get out faster. But the way that we design our clinical trials, it has to be all about minimizing risk because they're extremely expensive. So if you are a patient who fits the profile where we think we're going to be most effective, then you're going to be part of our clinical trial and we're going to design it that way. So that's why I said multiple myeloma patients. But for example, there are other patients who mechanistically we think it's going to work for. Like let's say that your patient is going to receive a cord blood transplant instead of bone marrow from another adult. You've got to go in the back order because it's not going to be effective for us to design the clinical trial around you. So typically what we'll do is we'll try to go get approved and then we'll go for expansions. Whereas we could use these centers, we'll have the phase 1 data and we could treat patients who we think we can help, but otherwise would have to wait for us to go all the way through the process with our main cohorts. So that's one of the ways that I think this bill could be helpful. And the second thing is because these phase 2, particularly phase 2, phase 3 trials are so expensive, like they're tens to dozens of millions of dollars. They can't fail. If they fail, your company's basically done. So any chance we can have to gather clinical data that could help us de-risk these later stage trials before we commit to doing 50 to 100 patients, that's really helpful. So if we need to optimize our metrics, our key criterion, that's something where this data would be really critical for us and we could get that data earlier.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you. Must have covered it well. Also signed up to speak is Stephen Martin from Infinita.
I did have some documents. I submitted this online ahead of time, but I also brought physical copies. Is it
Sure.
okay if I?
Absolutely.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Martin, and I work with Infinita, where I am responsible for our commercial rollout under the Right to Try law in Montana. My work primarily involves sourcing biotech and clinical partners in order to provide patients with a broader variety of treatment options. Given my experience, there are many things that I could discuss with you today. However, I would like to use these 3 minutes to run you through the math that explains why under Right to Try, we can make treatments that would normally cost thousands of dollars available for substantially less to local patients. The first thing that you need to understand is that drug approval is a very expensive process. For a biotech to go all the way through the 10-year clinical approval pipeline, they will usually need to shell out about $1 billion. It also costs them time, which eats into their patent life. They can apply for a patent extension if they've had their drug approved, but even then they only gain about 5 years, which means even after the approval process, they only regain about half the patent life that they lost during the actual clinical pipeline. Now, this $1 billion that they need to raise, nobody is investing $1 billion into a biotech purely out of the goodness of their heart. The investors do need to make a return. You can take as basic math an assumption of about a required 20% return on the capital that is invested to develop a drug. We can further assume that the average drug, as in my infographic, is going to do approximately 1/5 of the volume of a drug like Humira, which was considered a blockbuster success. And so that's going to end up treating about 18,000 patients per year. This is a good profile for the average drug. If we take these figures and then divide that $1 billion development cost over the remaining 13 years of patent life after the full clinical approval process, and then we further divide that by the 18,000 patients per year treated, we can arrive at the number that we, as investors, would need to recoup in order to get back our $1 billion investment to carry this drug through the clinical pipeline, plus the earlier mentioned 20% return over remaining patent life. That number, the cost which must be passed on to the average patient treated, is approximately $4,889. Now, if we consider the same treatment, which helps the same 18,000 people per year, but is made available for patients after a 2 to 3 year clinical trial in a phase 1 costing $6.6 million, we can take the exact same formula and we reach a per patient required return of only $24 to get the same 20% return on our investment. That is more than a 200x reduction in the cost that must be passed on to the patient. This massive delta in unit economics is why you are going to see cancer treatments provided to patients in New Hampshire for just a few hundred or $1,000 a dose. It's why, under this bill, we will be able to provide your state residents with the same cutting-edge therapeutics that billionaires fly abroad and pay tens of thousands of dollars for at less than the cost of a monthly car payment. When I say we, I am not referring to some other person or business. I will personally be here doing this. I flew here from Montana, where we have already partnered with the largest hospital chain in the state and sourced a portfolio of biotechs which heavily leans towards oncology and healthy aging for precisely this purpose. These numbers are not hypothetical, and if this bill passes, we will come to New Hampshire and provide the most advanced treatments in existence to your residents for pennies on the dollar. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Polazov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you can expand how preliminary clinical data works and helps the system more prudent. We heard from previous testimonies that one of the goals is to minimize instances of snake oil, but if snake oil is safe, it won't be stopped by phase 1. But there are some preliminary clinical data that shows if medicine is effective or not. So how does it work, and how is the data available to would be available to Department of Health and Human Services or to public?
Right. Well, what I'd say is that that's not going to be a one-to-one fit across all classes of drugs. So, for example, what we're seeing in Montana is a lot of repurposed drugs. So these are drugs which have often already gone through the entire clinical pipeline. So they've already gone through phase 2, 3 trials. So we actually have a lot of efficacy data. There's just a good reason to believe they could be used for something else. So if you were to look at that, you could very much see a pretty solid basis of efficacy data that would tell you, hey, you know, we gave this to a bunch of people for cancer, but we noticed that in every patient that we gave it to, they had like a substantial lowering of their blood pressure. I'm just doing a hypothetical here, but that would be an example of where, despite technically operating on an only post-phase 1 basis, you could make some reasoned estimates about potential efficacy. That being said, you know, for the majority of drugs that are going to be post-phase 1, the efficacy is going to be based on sort of like what the FDA might refer to as a plausible mechanism, which is effectively a way of saying, we understand the biomechanics of this. We have seen perhaps a similar drug or a similar type of small molecule which has been successfully used for certain kinds of treatments. And based on that, plus the safety profile, we think it is worth the risk to say that this may be efficacious. But you're not always going to see full efficacy data with just post-phase 1 data.
Thank you.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I don't understand the full pathway, you know, to getting a drug approved. Although I do understand for the people that are in the program, why for the cost per patient is so low for them.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, once you go, you know, past the folks who are in the treatment center itself out into the broader world, is the cost per patient for them, even though for these people you've gone the alternate pathway, the cost per patient for everybody else is going to revert back to the 4,800, or I'm just trying to understand, you know, the benefit for the people in the program is good. What is the benefit for the broader population?
Right.
You know I'm going?
No, yeah, I think if I understand your question, you're saying like beyond merely the people who will immediately save money under, you know, New Hampshire's right to try law, would there be a also broader reduction of drug prices as a result of this, like post-experimental treatment?
Yeah, so you have, obviously, you have X amount of lifetime on the patent, and you're going to be consuming a certain amount of that with the people in these centers.
Yes.
But then beyond that, the drug is going to be administered broadly.
So
And
that
so-
so the $4,889, that is what it would cost in a world with no right to try and where an average drug has to go through an average approval process. So if we had never ever done in any state or on the federal level any sort of right to try process, that's just the cost that has to be passed on to patients because you needed to spend 10 years and $1 billion on your clinical pipeline. With right to try, you will see the immediate effect of New Hampshire residents being able to access these treatments for much cheaper, and then there will be a longer and broader effect potentially of these drugs actually not needing to spend as much time in the full clinical pipeline and not needing to spend as much money. The reason for that is that we can take the data from right to try. I know that a few people in the audience have already talked about this. More effectively design later stage trials, and also it can be presented to the FDA under their real world evidence and data policy to argue for things like fast track status, which enable potential treatments to navigate the clinical pipeline faster and cheaper.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow-up.
So do you, and I know this is probably not something concrete, whereas the $24 is concrete and the $4,800 is concrete, but do you have a feel for what that number would be for the broader population, not in these centers, how that would factor?
I mean, I could spitball. You could probably do the math on what percentage of treatments might go through an experimental treatment center in a place like Montana and New Hampshire, and then as a result of that, be able to get fast track status. I don't have the ability to do that mental math right now, but I can tell you that every drug that as a result of going through a place like New Hampshire or Montana gets fast track status will have a lower cost to go through the remaining clinical pipeline. It will eat less of its patent time, and as a result, that will be cheaper for everyone, even post-approval, not just the people who access it under right to try. I just couldn't tell you what that number would look like.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You may or may not be able to answer this. In your experiences in Montana, do private insurance companies pay for these treatments?
Typically not. However, at the same time, there are actually some interesting cases that I think serve as evidence they might in the near future. So in particular, there's a company called Regenix, which used to be called Regenerative Sciences LLC. They have actually had some fights with the FDA over stem cell policy, but they are a great example, and there is a clinic for them actually in Vermont and in New Hampshire right now, of pioneering treatments that have not gone through the full clinical pipeline and yet are widely covered by insurance. I actually know that some insurers in New Hampshire are already covering some of their treatments. So this was not done under right to try, this was done under a different kind of stem cell access, but there is historical precedent to suggest that it's possible for insurers to opt in to covering some of these treatments. And I think if you have like a, you know, kind of, I referred to Humira as like a blockbuster success of like a regular drug. Mm-hmm. I think you very much could see in the first few years of this some sort of like blockbuster right to try success that insurers will opt into covering, again, not out of the goodness of their heart or out of like some desire to support a political movement, but just because someone will look at this and do the math and say, we can treat these guys' cancer for like $2,000 with better results instead of having our patients spend $60,000, you know, with worse results.
Follow-up. Thank you. So in the situation where private insurance does not compensate, as you pointed out, investors aren't doing this out of the goodness of their heart. What are the mechanisms then for payment in Montana?
Well, there's two. One, again, the access to drugs is substantially cheaper. I mean, you're talking about, again, just like that $24 or $50 cost of goods sold, plus perhaps like the markup of actual hospital services, but it's not the tens of thousands of dollars that you're going to see for a post-approval drug. So it is much more feasible to pay for these things out of pocket. Beyond that, in Montana, and I believe this is also in the New Hampshire bill, there is a portion of all revenues that the experimental treatment clinics make, which is set aside to fund treatments for disadvantaged Montana residents. So there is some redistribution to that effect.
One more follow-up.
Thank you. One more. What percentage would you deem appropriate be set aside for the disadvantaged citizens of New Hampshire?
Well, listen, I would have to defer to somebody who has a spreadsheet built out for that. I really, you know, when I come in and start talking about numbers, I strongly prefer to have my calculations already done out, as you can see. I would say that probably taking some sort of basis on what has been done in Montana and working on that is the most sensible way to do it, use it as model legislation. But ultimately, I think I would defer to my esteemed colleagues, Dylan and Ian, back here for a more specific answer.
Thank you.
Representative Hartnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me if you know what percentage of the development costs in each category are public funds?
Well, sometimes you will see drugs get things like NIH grants or funding from a source like ARPA, which it does happen. I don't know what percentage of all the drugs that make it through the clinical pipeline qualify for that. If I had to guess, I would say it's definitely not a majority. You know, getting those kind of grants is quite difficult. But again, please take that with a grain of salt because I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. Also signed up to speak is William Von Etten, I believe it is. Hopefully I came close on that.
Close, Bennett. My name is Bill Van Etten. I'm a PhD geneticist. I'm the CEO of Starfleet Bio in Dover, New Hampshire. So I'm realizing that my testimony is much more personal than the business and science presentations that you've been given before. I've been told this this bill has been viewed through a partisan lens. So I should tell you up front, I'm a devout Democrat. I knock on doors, I make phone calls, I serve on committees to get Democrats elected. I want to be clear that I don't see it this way. This isn't about parties, it's about patients and science. 2 of my 4 grandparents died from Alzheimer's. My brother-in-law died last month from Parkinson's. I have coworkers, one living with myasthenia gravis, another with Crohn's disease. I myself have hemochromatosis. So this is a personal issue for me. Here's what's frustrating. There are treatments in development that can help people like them, like me. Therapies that have demonstrated safety in phase 1 trials, but are stuck in decade-long approval process. And for someone with a progressive disease, that pipeline is a wall. I've spent 25 years in this field. I was a co-author in the Human Genome Project. I've worked with most NIH institutes, most major global pharmaceutical companies, many biotechs, many research institutes, the Navy, the FBI, countless academic institutions. So now I'm running Starfleet Bio, a New Hampshire-based company focused on rare and age-related disease research. My life's work has given me a deep respect for our federal health agencies, but I have a clear view of their limitations. I fully support the FDA, the NIH, the CDC. These agencies protect Americans, but they're slow by design, and that's appropriate when you're deploying treatments to millions of people. But for patients who are out of options, that timeline can be a death sentence. And the timing matters. In the last 12 months, these federal agencies have been gutted, funding slashed, leadership removed, and the safety net is fraying. This bill offers New Hampshire a chance to step into that gap. It creates experimental treatment centers, licensed facilities with physician oversight, scientific review boards, and informed consent requirements, where patients who are out of options can access treatments that have cleared phase 1 safety trials. The bill also allows these centers to recognize safety data from qualified international institutions, which would bring treatments approved in the UK, the EU, or Japan to New Hampshire patients faster. This isn't reckless. It's compassionate and scientifically sound. People with serious disease should have the legal opportunity to help themselves and contribute to research that might help others. New Hampshire has the opportunity to make that possible. I urge the committee to support this bill, and I hope I can answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Lucas and then Representative McLean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. This would be a truly unique center.
Yeah.
Unprecedented in our state.
Apart from Montana, unprecedented for New
Yeah,
Hampshire.
apart, yeah. Given all of your experience, which is truly impressive, can you visualize what sort of institutional review board might be developed, and who would be on that board?
Yeah, so I don't know if my experience is representative, but I think I've been at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, I've been at Memorial Sloan Kettering, at MIT. You know, there are boards of scientists that are capable of being an IRB for an institution like this. And I'd like to see it in New Hampshire.
Representative McLean, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So we heard testimony earlier that our existing, right to try doesn't cover Alzheimer's because it's, not classified as being terminal. Under eligible patient, as I read it, is it your understanding that if this goes forward with those definitions, that now things like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's are open to the same kind of access?
That's my understanding of reading the bill, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, thank you.
Thanks for taking it easy on me.
Also signed up to speak is Joshua Berg.
Hi, I'm Josh Berg. I'm a current researcher at Vincere Biosciences, where I develop treatments for Parkinson's and other age-related diseases by improving mitochondrial function. I'm driven by how expanding our understanding of age-related diseases can translate to profound impact on patients' lives. Today you've heard and will continue to hear from many of our industry leaders about how the proposed House bill can continue to position New Hampshire as a leading state for longevity biotechnology development and healthcare access. As a member of this research community, I want to emphasize how this can impact the choices of young people like me who are deciding where and how to continue their careers. I think that the community focused on researching and translating longevity biotechnology is particularly mobile, dedicated, and growing workforce. While this space continues to gain traction around the country, there still remain a few hubs that stand out as particularly strong ecosystems from which to translate research into companies and treatments. As someone building a career in this field, one of my top priorities has been to engage fully in one of these research hubs and learn from the brilliant researchers focused on similar problems to my own. Attracting the group of researchers that you've heard from today could make New Hampshire even more of a destination for recent graduates. The bill you're considering builds on New Hampshire's momentum in a way that matters particularly for diseases of aging and other serious conditions. Growing the ecosystem of companies in the aging and longevity space in New Hampshire would make this more of an ideal destination for young researchers who know that they want to focus on this field in particular and who want to collaborate and live alongside others with similar goals in an environment that prioritizes patient access and outcomes. This bill promotes New Hampshire not only as a place for patients to access life-saving treatments that they wouldn't be able to otherwise, but as a place for biologists to work to bring these technologies out from the lab and into patients' hands. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative McLean.
Thank you. I mean, I'm very excited by this bill, and I'm excited by the concept. But one of the things that comes to my mind is, you know, there's so much support obviously here. Why is it just Montana has it and now New Hampshire? I would think at this point in time, this would be much further along. So, do you have any experience or understanding? Are there barriers that you see why other states have not bothered to do this already?
That's a good question, and I think that other states should follow the lead of Montana and now New Hampshire. And I'm not entirely sure of all of the barriers that are preventing that, but I think that will continue to expand.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What sort of supportive infrastructure would this new hub require in terms of higher education? Do you have any thoughts about that?
That's a good question. I think that would be a great question for Dylan Livingston, who could answer that more fully.
Anyone else? Saying no one. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Attorney Ian Hewitt.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Ian Hewitt appearing for Cornerstone. We're New Hampshire's only full-time Christian advocacy organization. We represent 100 churches around the state. And I'm here this morning principally in an informational capacity because we worked very closely on Representative Mazur's House Bill 701, revolutionary right to try expansion that went into effect January 1st and really started this whole thing that you see behind you. Although I will say we like the bill, and we think it's sound and will be legally effective, and I'd love to answer any questions about how it might work. I've followed very closely the legal developments over the past several years around right to try and talked to many people who have experience with right to try frameworks in many different states on both the industry and patient side. And it's a great honor to be here today witnessing what I think is the beginning of a bright future in New Hampshire. I thought I'd talk maybe a little bit in my testimony about the issue of federal preemption and the Supremacy Clause. It hasn't come up today, and I think that kind of indicates that it's becoming increasingly a dead letter when we talk about right to try, but this is something that could come up in your deliberations, and so I want to help equip you with some helpful ways to think about the issue of federal preemption. We live in a federalist system of government where the states are laboratories of policy and can innovate. State legislators like yourselves have plenary powers, and yet law students kind of see in their legal textbooks that we live in this sort of top-down unitary system because of the Supremacy Clause and federal preemption. Nonetheless, as we look around the country, we see states doing all kinds of innovative things with the federalist distribution of powers. And that creates this kind of gray area between law and policy, where in a pretty short time, a policy that was pushing the envelope a handful of years ago can become widely accepted and a sound legal practice. So for example, in the mid-aughts, if you were to go before a state legislature and say, we should do a recreational marijuana framework, people would have said, that's pushing the envelope, it's too risky, that's outside the bounds of what any other state is doing. And now if you were to go to Massachusetts, which has like a $2 billion a year recreational marijuana industry, and say, this is all invalid under federal preemption, the DEA is going to come in and arrest everyone, they're going to shut all this down, you would be the one who sounded like a crazy kook in that instance. You would be the one pushing the envelope. No one really thinks that's going to happen. And you'd be a bad lawyer giving your clients bad legal advice if that's what you did. And what we've seen over the past few years especially is state right to try laws have really reached that point. And I want to give you three quick reasons to think that state right to try laws now are in that area of sound legal policy, even though they were once seen as sort of pushing the envelope. State right to try laws have been around since 2012, and there is a long record of state right to try laws being used. Before New Hampshire, Montana, Florida, most right to try laws were pretty limited in their efficacy. Not that many patients were really able to get access to them because they weren't very well framed for the most part. They didn't take account of most patient and industry experience. But most people in the right to try space would agree somewhere between 200 and 300 people have used state right to try laws around the country over the past decade. No one, and I've talked to a lot of people who are familiar with right to try laws for the past year, I've not found anyone who can point me to one single example of the FDA ever trying to come in and do federal preemption and preempt manufacturers or providers for using.
Please start to wrap up.
All right, I'll wrap it up in 2 or 3 more sentences. I'll just say that the industry I've seen, especially in the past year, as more states like New Hampshire, Montana, Florida have enacted more robust frameworks, I've seen a real shift among more conservative lawyers in the industry where they now recognize right to try laws are sound legal practice. And lastly, I'll say that in terms of the federal HHS, the tendency is towards more and more flexibility and deregulation. Nobody who's in federal HHS or is in conversation with federal HHS thinks that federal HHS is going to reverse the last 10 years of not intervening in state right to try laws and suddenly they're going to start intervening. The opposite is the case. So New Hampshire now is at an opportune time where we've just arrived at this place of safety. This is now a sound legal practice, and yet we're ahead of many other states, and we're not only geographically well positioned to lead the way and being an experimental biotech hub, but this is the perfect time for New Hampshire to do it, and I would love to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What do you see as the role of the state DHHS in this program?
Well, one thing that's innovative about the Montana framework, which you can see in Representative Kesselring's Bill 1734, is there's an extensive role for DHHS in this experimental treatment centers framework. So if you qualify under the existing 126Z life-threatening illness framework, you don't need to jump through as many hoops because the risk-benefit calculus is very different. But beyond that framework, if you're using one of these experimental treatment centers in this new 126ZZ, there's an extensive role in this bill for the department. The department, again and again, for instance, is given rulemaking authority over experimental treatment centers and these procedures. And that's because, as you heard from some of the participants in the industry behind me, many people who are somewhat pushing the envelope in the industry and want to try experimental treatments want the assurance of some additional guardrails. It creates more legitimacy. It creates a greater expectation of the security of your investment if you're investing in one of these companies. So you can see, I would especially point to page 4, line 4. There's a rulemaking provision saying that the commissioner of DHHS may adopt rules establishing minimum standards for scientific review boards. That's one of multiple provisions here that will give DHHS in this state significant authority to govern the contours of how this regime works. DHHS wouldn't be able to say, we don't like this law and we're going to shut the whole thing down, but they have a lot of room to kind of set outer guardrails for what experimental treatment centers are doing and what therapies patients are receiving, and we think that will likely help the industry provide these treatments in New Hampshire.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for taking my question. It's just one of clarification. You said when you started that you were here in an advisory role, and then you said some very complimentary things about the bill. What is the actual stance of Cornerstone about the bill, or are you taking no position? I just want to clarify whether it's
Well, the
one or
answer
the other.
is strictly speaking the latter, but if I could add a bit more context, when Cornerstone,
The latter being?
the latter being when we're not, when we say we're endorsing a bill, we mean a few specific things, including that we're grading the bill. And we're not doing that on this bill or 1735, but we like the bill and we think it's well crafted.
So you're supporting the bill?
We're not endorsing or grading it, but we like it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Trying to answer as specifically as possible, Representative.
Very confusing, but it's your right to be confusing, and we honor it. Thank
Anyone
you for
else?
being here.
Seeing no one else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Kathy Tai.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kathy Tai. I'm the founder of multiple venture capital-backed innovative biotech startups and have also managed investment funds in Silicon Valley. My companies are working on next-generation treatments for serious genetic diseases. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to respectfully ask that you give HB 1734 a favorable recommendation. This bill represents a powerful opportunity for New Hampshire to become a national leader in biomedical innovation. Around the country, cutting-edge therapies are being developed at an unprecedented pace. Gene editing, cell therapies, precision medicine. But many of these innovations struggle to reach patients because of our clinical and regulatory systems. They're built for a different era of medicine. Experimental treatment center frameworks, like the one proposed here, create a structured, ethical, and transparent pathway for responsible innovation while maintaining patient protections. If New Hampshire establishes these centers, it will send a clear signal. The state is open to responsible medical progress. That kind of signal matters enormously to companies like mine when we decide where to grow. Right now, the epicenter of biotech is clustered in Boston, but Boston is also saturated, lab space is scarce, costs are sky high, and regulatory pathways can be slow and fragmented. States that create a thoughtful, innovation-friendly frameworks have a real chance to attract companies, investment, and high-skilled jobs. This bill positions New Hampshire to do exactly that. Experimental treatment centers would not only help patients access promising therapies sooner, they would also create an ecosystem that draws researchers, clinicians, and biotech companies across state lines. We are actively evaluating where to expand research and clinical partnerships, and policy environments that welcome responsible innovation are a major factor in these decisions. This bill is about hope for patients, economic growth for the state, and leadership in the future of medicine. I urge you to give this bill a favorable recommendation. Thank you for your time and your work on behalf of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak are Ryan and Rachel Lambert.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us speak. Might be unusual to testify jointly, but we pretty much do everything together. My name is Rachel Lambert, and I'm here with my husband, Ryan. We are New Hampshire residents, entrepreneurs, and community builders. We're both from New England. I'm from Maine. I went to UNH. Ryan's from Massachusetts. He went to Wentworth. And our first date was at Popovers in 2007, and we've been married for 17 years. Over the course of our careers, we've lived and worked in leading startup cities, including San Francisco, New York, Boston, and Miami. We've raised capital from top-tier investors, and we've built products that have been brought together more than 500,000 people to in-person events. We now live in New Hampshire, and we're now applying what we've learned in building startup community here in New Hampshire. Our proximity to Boston allows us to benefit from the world-class institutions while building our own ecosystem here, rooted in New Hampshire values. And I can tell you personally, people do not want to move to Montana. They want to live near Boston and near New York. Beyond our companies, we invest directly in the local community. We host events for startup builders. I've even helped recruit a founder from New York to New Hampshire. And we also host free salsa classes every week. We're here today because we believe HB 1734 matters far beyond its immediate scope. It sends a signal to the country about the kind of state New Hampshire intends to be.
Historically, America had a frontier, not just land, but a way for people to self-select. If you wanted safety and predictability, you stayed where the rules were settled. If you wanted to take risks and build new things, you went west and lived among others who made the same choice. That separation mattered. It allowed experimentation without forcing everyone into the same culture. Today, the geographic frontier is gone. There is no frontier. Nowhere that risk takers can move and simply build. People with very different risk tolerances are now forced into the same systems and rules, whether that's where they live, work, or seek medical care. The most risk-averse standard is the default. States are now competing on whether they are willing to make room for experimentation, and New Hampshire has the opportunity to be one of two places where that experimentation actually happens and become part of the new frontier.
So a small number of exceptional biotech entrepreneurs, some of you've seen today, can generate outsized impact, companies, jobs, investments, and long-term growth. Ryan and I are already building here and helping others do the same while staying true to New Hampshire's values. These bills send a clear signal that New Hampshire is open to innovation and serious about growth, and I'm tired of hearing everyone moving to Texas and Florida.
Patients already pursue these treatments in Honduras. Why not let them do it here, under the care of our medical experts, growing the economy here? Allowing self-funded opt-in treatments furthers the science without any expense to the public. If the state is willing to if the state is willing to clear a thoughtful regulatory path, Rachel and I will personally promise to help make New Hampshire a cultural home for those builders so they choose to stay to build their lives here. We strongly urge the committee to recommend HB 1734 as ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Guess we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Also signed up to speak is Dylan Livingston.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. My name is Dylan Livingston. I am the founder and CEO of the Alliance for Longevity Initiatives. We are a 501c4 nonprofit organization focused on representing the longevity biotech industry and the overall longevity movement in federal and state governments around the country. And I will say that we were the organization that brought all of these other companies here, and 14 looked like a much smaller number on paper. So I'll try to be quick here. The first thing I want to say is A4LI was the driving force behind the Montana bill. And, you know, my big thing that I saw when I started this organization was people traveling abroad to Honduras, as you heard, or Costa Rica, or Tijuana, or Antigua, or you name it, but whatever the country or jurisdiction that these people were getting treatments in, were far less safe than America, right? We have medical standards here that we trust, and you know, sending people to go to a jungle somewhere to get the most risky treatments makes absolutely no sense. So these people are doing these treatments anyway. We might as well benefit in a number of ways from their risk tolerance. we should keep it in here to ensure, keep that medical activity here to ensure that safety standards are up to a certain level. But keeping that activity here also allows us to collect data and allows investors to invest in companies that they have a more certain outlook on, right? And so this is an ecosystem play here. The second thing I want to talk about is the fact that, you know, when the country was founded, the founders had in mind states competing against each other. And this is, this brings a tear to my eye in many ways, because we started out in Montana. We pushed the Experimental Treatment Center bill there. And then, obviously, you guys picked it up. And I've had other states call me about this, Pennsylvania specifically, who is interested in this right to try framework. And I encourage New Hampshire to be the biotech jurisdiction of America. The proximity to Boston cannot be understated. Boston is the #1 biotech hub in the world. As we heard, there are some federal funding situations that make it harder for companies to live and grow there. And New Hampshire is a natural option and opportunity for these companies and for these researchers. And so I encourage, not just these bills to be passed, but I encourage this to be a priority of this committee and the state government. And year over year, think of the best ways that we can encourage biotech to flourish here in New Hampshire. With that all being said, I support HB 1734 and 35, and I'll get to that in a little bit. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned some foreign hubs that people are using for some risky treatments. So do you have any data of people being injured abroad? And when you say it's not safe, is it mostly injury, I don't know, from some street criminal activity, or does it also include some medical facilities not being safe in those countries?
It's mainly the fact that these facilities are not up to the standard that I think we expect here in America. But I'll give you a little anecdote. So there was a conference over the summer in this longevity field, and at this conference it was sort of an expo conference with different companies having different booths, and one of the booths was offering peptide injections. And the two people got the peptide injection at the booth, and it turned out that they were severely allergic to the peptide. And there was no sort of background check on these patients or this drug in question. And both of these patients ended up having to go to the hospital. And this was right here in America, right? And so what we're trying to provide here in New Hampshire is a framework to allow these patients more data, more information when making these decisions, but also, the fact that these drugs have to go through a proper phase 1 means that they are vetted by FDA and investors and, legitimate institutions. And so we're trying to prevent that, expo incident from happening, and we want to make sure that we do this in the safest way possible, and that's what this framework provides.
Anyone else? Representative Lucas.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You turned your mic off.
Does the FDA currently have a framework for evaluating and supporting this kind of a facility? Or would it require a new FDA way of supporting it? Would that...
The best way that I and many believe that the FDA and HHS can support this bill is by telling state governments, drug developers, and patients that they won't get in trouble for participating, right? The beauty of this kind of federalism system is each state has the right or should have the right to develop their own, guidelines and standards, right? And that's where innovation comes from. And so, Montana was a great start. My hope is that New Hampshire builds on what Montana did, and my hope is Pennsylvania builds on what New Hampshire did, and then New Hampshire goes back and builds on what Pennsylvania did, right? That's where the innovation of a policy ecosystem comes from.
One follow-up.
Sure.
Do you see the FDA ceding its oversight capacity in this case to the states? Or I'm just trying to understand how the current situation would adapt?
So it's a unique time in HHS history because we have the secretary of HHS, RFK, is actually a patient of medical tourism, and he had to go to Antigua to get stem cell treatment for his voice condition, and he couldn't do that under the federal right to try in America, right? Because that's a non-life-threatening illness. The Deputy Secretary of Health, Jim O'Neill, is actually like one of the earliest proponents for this idea that we're deliberating right now. And I have some inside baseball that I maybe should share, maybe shouldn't share, but there are people at the highest levels of HHS that support these initiatives. And so that's exciting, from our perspective. Back when President Biden was president, we were a little less sure about whether the federal government would step in or not, but it didn't happen in Montana for 3 years, and this is a far more supportive administration for these kind of things. So again, I would say the likelihood of federal interference is probably pretty low, especially right now, and especially as more states kind of grow with this idea.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, this looks like an opportunity that I'm surprised that Boston is not taking advantage of, given that they're the center of gravity, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. You mentioned that there's some federal entanglements. What are they, and would they carry over into New Hampshire? Or I'm just trying to understand, what am I not seeing in terms of what is the problem with Boston, and how do we get past that so easily, apparently?
The reason that Boston hasn't, or Massachusetts hasn't done this yet, is because I haven't asked them. No, I mean, this is a brand new idea, right? The idea of people going abroad, to go to these medical tourism hubs is something that's cropped up in the last decade. And so this is still a very new idea. And so to answer your question that I think you were asking, Josh, why haven't other states done this? It's because it's, so early in the game, right? And specifically, we chose Montana because of its sort of libertarian bend. And I think New Hampshire fits that bill very nicely. Massachusetts may or may not be supportive of this bill, but, this fits the culture of New Hampshire very, very nicely. And I think, Montana as well.
Representative Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, the innovation part of this is fascinating, and I really hadn't thought of it this way until hearing the testimony. But I'm wondering also how this is going to affect the rest of medical care in the state. And so, for example, I'm a hospitalist. There's a center down the road from where I am, and a patient who got a treatment ends up in our ER, and they call me to go in and take care of them, but I don't really know anything about this. So I guess my question is, and I probably should have asked this before, is what protections have been in place in Montana? What do we need to do to make sure that this that we don't have patients ending up in our ERs that have been treated in a way that we don't know how to take care of them, and has this had any effect on the finances of the hospital system in Montana? Ours is pretty fragile right now, and so I don't know if there's enough experience to be able to comment on that.
So the Montana bill actually is still in the rules making process right now. So the bill, has been passed, but the implementation is still kind of right. So we still need some time. Again, we passed this Montana bill in May of 2025. So this is all happening very fast, and we don't have the data just quite yet. But just to generally answer your question, what I would say, again, this is why bringing the Montana idea to New Hampshire is so great, because you look at these bills and you say, okay, this is awesome, the innovation idea is awesome, but how can we, prevent, like you were saying, patients from going to the hospital for, things that we don't know how to treat? And I think this is, the beauty of kind of having New Hampshire look at this is they can, you guys can all kind of look at the holes potentially and fill them, right? And, make a stronger and more robust ecosystem than even Montana has. So I don't know if that was a good enough non-answer for you, but
Just a little follow-up. I mean, the model that I think of that I would, in the small area would be, if, somebody who's had a heart transplant 2 weeks ago ends up in our ER, and I know that, I can call Boston in this case, and that they'll have somebody who can tell me what to do 24/7. And I guess I'd like to see the same kind of support, so that we wouldn't be left out, wondering.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that's a completely fair question and something to think about. Again, I don't have an excellent answer for you, but I think that's probably where a constant line of communication between the review boards and these biotechs comes into play, right? The biotech will have the most complete safety profile of the drug that they're administering, right? So they in conjunction with the scientific review board, who is ultimately in charge of kind of giving guidelines for which drugs should be used and when, they should be the ones that are developing the system, have how to treat patients in an adverse event.
Representative Weber.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I thought I heard earlier on that somebody said that there were already some 200 to 300 patients that had benefited through this profile, but if Montana is still in rulemaking, I'm not understanding whether I misunderstood the first comment or whether you could explain to me a little more about how many patients have been treated in Montana, or whether that's still in the build-out phase, which is what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, from what I know, the build-out phase is still ongoing right now. You'd probably have to talk to the biotechs here that are doing work in Montana, because I have I got that bill passed and then on to New Hampshire now, right? So I don't have the most up-to-date information, but from what I know, the rules-making process is still occurring, and it should be done in hopefully the next week or two.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Eric Morgan.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Eric Morgan. I'm a physician, career researcher. I've been working in biotech and drug discovery for about 10 years now. I'm also Chief Operating Officer, co-founder of BioAge Labs. We're a company that is researching fundamental mechanisms of aging and developing drugs to treat severe diseases in people based on those mechanisms. I'm here largely in a personal capacity. I'm a resident of New Hampshire, and I believe strongly that New Hampshire has great potential to become a biotech hub, as you've heard from other people, given its proximity and given the culture of New Hampshire that is very pro-innovation. And so I believe that these bills today would be beneficial for New Hampshire. Number one, beneficial for patients, and importantly, beneficial for, I guess, all Americans. And there's a number of points to be made here, but I'll focus on one, which is about innovation, which you've heard a little bit about before, and I wanted to take sort of the bird's eye perspective on that. And the key point is that some of the costs of development, companies, small companies that are working on innovative therapies have to raise funds to pursue their development of their therapies, and it's a very expensive proposition. Phase 1 is somewhat more affordable. Beyond phase 1, it gets incredibly unaffordable. Maybe many tens of millions of dollars are required per clinical trial. My company personally is, or for us, is we're very well funded. It's not a concern for us, but in an ecosystem level, innovation is stifled by this cost. There are hundreds of biotech companies working on innovative science, and many of those companies, their products will not reach patients, not because they don't work, but because they've never been tested. There's a lot of companies that experience a scenario where they've proven their drug is safe in phase 1 trials, but they are never able to actually test their drug in patients because they can't raise the money. kind of system that we're considering here in these two bills today would allow companies developing drugs for these kinds of diseases to actually get data in patients and accumulate ideally high quality data sets about whether their drugs actually work or not, which would then enable them to raise the money to develop them under sort of standard guidelines for national use. So there's a really strong argument here that humanity can benefit from allowing greater innovation, which is actually just allowing drugs to be tested in people. An ancillary point here is that all these drugs are tested in animals, and often people talk about, well, you can test drugs in animals. And of course, I think we in the industry understand animal data does not actually support human efficacy. And so the idea that more drugs can be tested earlier in people to figure out whether they can actually work in people is a very strong scientific thesis. And I hope New Hampshire can become a leader and attract more biotech innovation here to benefit New Hampshire, to benefit patients, and to benefit people across the country.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Quite a career in research. Is bench research, basic science, important in supporting and getting this initiative to where it is today?
This initiative, I guess there's two arms here. There's this initiative, and then there's sort of the body of science and research which has led to now this initiative. I think broadly speaking, within drug development, basic science is very important. The kinds of therapies that are ultimately tested in commercial context often are built on top of many years or decades of research that develops insight into mechanisms and starts pointing people where they might want to look. And then the baton is essentially at some point handed over to industry to actually say, let's take this, some understanding of the basic science and how it might affect human biology, and often based on animal data and things like that, and then turn that into a therapy, something that is going to have to be tested for safety, going to have to be tested rigorously for efficacy, going to have to be brought through the full FDA process, and ultimately brought to patients.
Follow up. So I've heard a lot about the culture of New Hampshire. Are we looking at the strength of the higher education system in this state, say, as compared to Montana, and how that might affect going forward the success of these startups?
I am not very familiar with Montana personally, so all I can do is maybe speak to the strengths of New Hampshire, and perhaps they are strengths in which Montana does not have. But yes, I think New Hampshire has a very strong education ecosystem. I think that also benefits from proximity to bigger centers, and we get cross-pollination of those ideas, which may not be the case in Montana. Similarly, in healthcare, I think we have access to very high-quality healthcare providers in New Hampshire. Again, many of them are trained either in New Hampshire or in adjacent centers in Massachusetts and elsewhere. So I think New Hampshire has this potential for innovation due to proximity to other centers. It has a culture which is built out of a combination of benefiting from the kinds of things and kind of expertise that is world famous in nearby places. But with the culture of innovation and sort of individual freedoms and the idea that patients should have the right to take therapies that they want to if they do it in an informed way, and we do it safely.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you expand how large BioAge Labs is, and do you plan to grow in New Hampshire should this bill become law?
We're about 60 people spread across the country, and we sort of have a distributed environment. We probably have a much larger impact from this perspective of all the people have mentioned CROs today, contract research organizations, in biotech, it's very common to hire people to do work for you, companies to do work for you. And so 60 people is leveraged in a much stronger way because clinical trials are outsourced. Animal research can be outsourced, even though we do some of that ourselves. And so, we're 60 people. Several of us live in New Hampshire already, and part of that is we really like New Hampshire as a place to live, and it's also close enough to Boston to benefit from the relationships that we want to maintain there, and with academic experts and industry leaders. And so I would say that BioAge has no immediate plans to move to New Hampshire, but I think we really like the idea of considering expanding in New Hampshire, the idea of adopting these kinds of regulations or more generally biotech favorable legislation, which I think New Hampshire has strong potential to consider over the next few years. We could consider opening an office in New Hampshire at some point.
Representative Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I heard you mention data. This is important for gathering data. And so drugs that have only gone through phase 1 trials generally then go through phase 2 and phase 3. So am I to understand that everything that everyone is proposing would essentially be a way of conducting phase 2 and phase 3, the work of phase 2 and phase 3 that would then feed to the FDA so that then we could actually have evidence as opposed to just sort of proprietary, organizational practice and patient records of your own?
All of these terms are quite nuanced, and actually the definitions are a little bit different depending on who you talk to. But there's a distinction between fundamentally the idea of a phase 1 trial that's mostly aimed at safety and some other aspects of understanding how the drug gets into the body and is excreted from the body. And then phase 2, the general idea there is the more focus is more on efficacy. And sometimes people mix those terms. You can have late phase 1, early phase 2, etc. But I think the fundamental distinction you're talking about is, are we going to be able to do something that feels like a phase 2 trial where you're gathering efficacy that will, I guess I'm proposing it would be beneficial for all people because we'll know more about the drugs. And so my answer is yes. The other fundamental distinction, phase 1 is typically healthy volunteers, phase 2 is typically patients. And so in this case, we're talking about patients taking the drug. And that's the fundamental idea behind what I was saying, that if you have a drug, you want to know whether it works. You've done it in animal models. Animal models are encouraging, but you have no idea if it's going to work in people until you test it in people. And so it can be tremendously beneficial to even start with very small numbers of patients with your disease, give them the drug, and collect data on whether it works. And so, yes, you can build the kinds of data sets that would give evidence towards efficacy of the drug, which is what a phase 2 trial is. Phase 3 is fairly specific, typically very large trials, often multinational. That's a later stage in development that I don't think we're considering here. I think what we're considering here is early efficacy data can be tremendously beneficial to sort between therapies that are essentially effective and ineffective. And many companies never get the chance to do that at all. And so collecting some data on that, even very small, but potentially much larger, can be very helpful to convince funding organizations, venture capitalists and the like, to give you enough money to design more traditional, larger, and potentially multinational trials aimed towards ultimate drug approval. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to get clarity on is I don't know how many practices you all are thinking you would want to open in New Hampshire, but people come in and you will have data, right, that results from every individual patient that then is sort of compiled. What is the relationship of that data to the FDA in the sense of building an evidence base versus just your own organizational practice records?
Yeah. So to be clear, my company is not considering opening these treatment centers. We're not doing that. It's not a need that we have. But for innovation in the industry, it could be critical. And what's the relation to the FDA? Some of the details, I guess, I'm not as intimately familiar with and exactly how the bill would work relative to the FDA. But the traditional FDA process, which I think you're talking about, is that you do a phase 1 trial, you submit the data to the FDA, and the FDA says, And you submit your design for the next trial, and the FDA says yes or no, you can proceed with that or not. That's the typical role of the FDA, and they're monitoring for, for safety mostly, a little bit for efficacy to make sure there's a hope that this could be ultimately efficacious, but largely that it's safe, that the data you have from animals and humans to date has not said that now, no, you shouldn't be putting this in people anymore. But what you're aiming for ultimately is gathering the evidence in these well-designed multiple phase 2 and phase 3 trials to get the drug approved by the FDA. And I think maybe that's the connection you're looking at. That's a final approval, which then allows drug marketing. And so what I'm talking about here is actually much earlier in that process. After you've established safety, you need some data on efficacy. No one's going to give you money to do, like the work I just described, going from phase 1 to approval can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It starts smaller than that, but it very quickly adds up. And so no one is going to be investing that kind of money in a company that doesn't have a good chance of success. And there's many companies where, despite having great animal data and human safety data, can't raise the money to do those big trials. And being able to collect data in this kind of environment, which is not a traditional way you would run a phase 2 study, is nonetheless potentially invaluable for companies like that. Because they'll have the internal data, and then they can talk about that with investors. They can tell the FDA about it if they want. But most importantly, it's compelling, ideally, in an ideal scenario, it's compelling evidence of efficacy that then allows them to be funded to run more traditional development proceedings.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Fanny Minoski. You've asked for 10 minutes. I'm going to have to keep you to 3, I'm afraid.
At 3, I can do that. Thank you for letting me speak here. I am a managing partner at Quadroscope Ventures, which is a venture capital fund.
Your last name is spelled, is it M-I-N?
M-L-I, Mlynarski. And,
whoops, I'm sorry.
It's a difficult name, and actually people know me by a pseudonym Fiona Miller for that reason, having to spell my name multiple times. But anyway, I am a managing partner at Quadroscope Venture, which is a venture capital fund, and we invest in early stage healthcare companies who are focusing on treating the biology of aging. Many questions came up here about insurance and the role of the FDA. So I would like to start with saying that aging is a root cause of many age-related diseases. Treating someone earlier is a lot cheaper and more effective than waiting until the damage is done and the disease has appeared. And so the new medicine approach is to address root causes of diseases, similar to weight control drugs today, which treat the root cause of diseases. So that's our focus. We have investments in about 14 companies. One of them is here, Vincere is one of our portfolio companies. So one thing I would like to speak on is, basic access to healthcare is a basic human right. And the risk reward can be different. If someone, my loved one has cancer, stage 4 cancer, and is about to die, their tolerance of risk is very high. They need treatment today, they cannot wait. If someone is looking for a preventive treatment for the impacts of aging, the tolerance for risk is probably low. So this is an individual decision, and the FDA, being a bureaucratic organization that takes decades to get a drug to people, is not the best way to get health care to these companies. Many folks spoke here about the costs, obviously, of high regulations and long time to markets. The costs are pretty obvious and easily demonstrated. Our job as a venture fund is to funnel capital into these early stage companies. And obviously having a legislative area like New Hampshire that could allow these companies to come to market to revenue quicker will make our job easier of getting the capital from our limited partners, the private capital, to flow into New Hampshire. My fund is based in the Boston area. We have several investments there. Obviously, your geography is ideal. You are right next to this biggest, most impressive biotech hub in the world. And a lot of our companies can benefit from some freedom to come to market, make some revenue, and learn quicker and be able to iterate and get these treatments to patients who need them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you very much. No one else has signed up to testify on HB 1734FN. Does anyone else wish to testify? Sir, yes. I don't have a pink card for you. Could you fill one out for me? Okay, yeah, I need a pink card, one of these. They're on the table over there. While he's doing that, is there anyone else in addition to this gentleman who'd like to testify? Okay. Thank you. You just pass it down, sure. Feel free to take a seat. Noah Keating?
Yes.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank
3
you,
minutes,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
committee. Thank you for your patience. I'm here representing a company called Epibone, started by my wife and I. We are a clinical stage biotech company. We grow bone and cartilage implants from stem cells for skeletal reconstruction. So bone grafts, cartilage for knees. So we are, we have the first and second FDA INDs for tissue engineered bone and cartilage products. So we are a company that has been going through traditional FDA pathways. We are based in New York City, but we manufacture in Manchester at Army BioFab for Air Force grant projects that we have. So you've heard from many people about the high costs of going through FDA trials. You know, I have some stats about less than 10% of biotech startups succeed. Many therapies don't get commercial approval. So, you know, it means that companies like ours, which are, you know, not only trying to get a novel therapy through, but it's something that's hard to classify by the FDA because it's not quite a biologic product. It's not quite a medical device. It's a new kind of product. It's tissue engineered, you know, it's lab grown tissue that's implanted in your body. So it's especially hard for the FDA to process a product like ours and to figure it out. So, you know, our company a couple of years ago almost died. We went from 40 to 4 people, and in order to succeed, we tried to find a more favorable regulatory regime, and so we actually moved our company to the United Arab Emirates. We worked with the regulators in Abu Dhabi who were, you know, friendly and willing to work with us, and we realized when we were there that actually each of the 7 emirates in the United Arab Emirates have their own kind of FDA, and they compete with each other. And, you know, when we came back to the US, we realized that there's actually something similar happening in the state level, where states are starting to innovate and compete with each other in a similar way. So we, you know, we saw New Hampshire and Montana, but also Florida. So there's not been a lot of talk about Florida, but Florida also has one of these very progressive right to try regimes, more specifically focused on stem cells, which is what our company focuses on. So we have, you know, we have now moved back to the US, and these laws have really given our company a lifeline and an ability to succeed on a domestic level in the U.S. where we want to live, where we want to treat Americans. This law in New Hampshire would really give us the ability to also succeed in New Hampshire, to take the products that we manufacture right next door in Manchester and provide them to Granite Staters. I think there was a question about why Boston isn't doing this. I would say that, Boston is, in addition to small pharma, there's a lot of big pharma there, and potentially, big pharma is benefiting from the current system and the current ways that things are, and there's not a lot of incentive and motivation to change things and to do something different and to innovate. I think that New Hampshire has that opportunity right now to be on the side of small pharma, mom and pop, under 10-person family businesses that are trying to bring innovative therapies to market. So, my opinion, bills like this are how you innovate. It's good for New Hampshire. It's good for America.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you speak a little bit to what risks are considered when safety trials are performed for stem cell technologies? Are there considerations for possibility that stem cells can cause a cancer, or are there considerations that cells outside of human body could be more prone to get infected, and to that extent?
Sure. There's considerations. Stem cell therapies have been widely shown to be safe. I think the main questions around stem cell therapies are around efficacy, around whether they will actually do what they say they will. Our products in particular, they're in many cases grown from your own cells, so we'll take an extraction of fat cells and we'll grow products from your own cells. There's no risk of rejection. There's no safety risk. But, this law implements phase 1 trials. So phase 1 proves safety. So anything that's going through this has gone through safety trials, in addition to stem cell treatments being generally proven and shown to be safe in many, many cases and instances over the world.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm seeing no one else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call. Anyone else wish to testify on HB 1734 FN? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on this bill. The next bill is scheduled for 11 a.m., which will be 1735 FN, and we'll be in recess until then. Okay, I'd like to call us back into session. House Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs. We are now going to be hearing House Bill 1735 FN, and I'll recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Brian Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. HB 1735, an act permitting treatment of certain severe illness under the Right to Try Act. This is to clarify and expand the scope of New Hampshire's Right to Try framework. To help you understand the bill, I'd like to speak about an ambitious plan for economic growth in our state. As you know, thanks to Representative Lisa Mazur and the hard work of the members of this committee, you put out bipartisan legislation this past August. Governor Ayotte signed what is now RSA 126Z, a revolutionary law that went into effect on January 1st of this year. This new law makes New Hampshire the best legal jurisdiction in the country for access to experimental therapies for people with life-threatening illnesses. Among other things, we're the first state to allow dying patients to undergo a robust civil liability waiver to receive experimental therapies. We're also the first state to enact right to try protections that do not require passing a phase 1 clinical trial. As a result, the economic growth that Representative Mazur and others promised us is already beginning. You can see that by a large crowd of cutting-edge experimental biotech companies behind me who have come here to testify and support these bills. I'd like to thank all the companies behind me who flew in from across the country here to testify today. They represent exactly the kind of innovation and growth that we want to bring to this state. All of you now represent the New Hampshire advantage. Thank you. Our whole country is entering a revolutionary new era of biotechnology. Countless legal and policy failures are stifling the development of this promising industry. I'm not exaggerating when I say that New Hampshire is the best state in America to create an experimental biotech hub through innovative legislation. The Boston area, especially Kendall Square area of Cambridge, right off of I-93, is now the largest biotech hub in the world. And New Hampshire is the most legally innovative state in New England. We also have substantial biotech infrastructure already emerging in downtown Manchester through the Army contract. I can also say that I'm personally in touch with a large Boston area biotech fund who's actively looking for lab space in Manchester as a result of the work this committee did on 126Z last year. If our state continues to go down this path, what is the potential market size? Some companies have suggested that New Hampshire could recreate its entire gross domestic product by establishing a US-based hub for experimental biotech, all with a relatively small amount of office space. The highest spending 5% of the US population already spends about $125 billion a year treating the most grave medical conditions. Even a conservative estimate that we stand to attract what could become tens of billions of dollars in business here for the state of New Hampshire. So what steps do we need to take to get that here? Let me first clarify that my bill and Representative Kesselring's are different but complementary. Representative Kesselring's bill will create new legal framework in a new chapter. My bill will clean up and expand our existing right to try framework. My bill is going to do two things. First, we will add clarity to our law with some housekeeping changes informed by extensive discussions with the industry. These changes will clean up some of the statutory loose ends to make the new law easier for innovators to understand. Last year, we had to accept some ambiguities in the final text, such as leftover definitions that were no longer serving a purpose. Not because of anything this committee did, but as a result of the difficult fight that we had with the other side of the wall. It was all they could do to get our current law passed in a workable form. You guys did a good job. This year, with far more industry involvement in these bills, and with Senate co-sponsors, I think we're going to have a much easier time coming together to move this forward. Secondly, this bill will extend protections in 126Z to people with chronic and debilitating conditions, using a well-established definition taken from FDA regulations. That means you don't need to be dying to get New Hampshire protections. You can also be in severe pain with no FDA-approved treatment path. Let me give you an example so you can see what I'm talking about. One of the companies testifying here today is a New Hampshire-based company called Epibone. They're doing some of the most incredible innovation in this state. Epibone uses bioreactors to grow grafts of bone or cartilage from your very own stem cells, allowing people with grave deformities or injuries to resume a normal quality of life. Sadly, in every state but Florida today, there is no feasible legal framework for Epibone's business. If they went through the standard FDA model, they would need to complete a separate clinical approval process for each of the 206 bones in the human body. It's the process itself that needs to be cleared. Right now, we're essentially sending these companies across the Atlantic to the Gulf states, and more recently Florida, which has a new successful right to try framework for non-fetal stem cells. Epibone's customers are desperate to get their improvements that what these companies can offer, and we in New Hampshire can provide it. Finally, a concluding point. Last year, expanded right to try frameworks were still new. I remember there was some question about whether they could really work. You can see that's no longer a question. As many of these companies here will tell you, businesses are actively migrating to Montana and Florida because those states have created workable alternatives to the existing federal regulatory pathway. And already in 3 or 4 weeks that 126Z has been in place, the law has created tremendous interest in New Hampshire and across the country for this industry. Although we have the best law in the nation for people with life-threatening disease, we have no special protections to allow grafts, gene therapy, or other treatments for people who have severely debilitating conditions, such as deformities. That falls short meeting of our strict definition of life-threatening. This bill, a well-thought-out plan, and an opportunity for New Hampshire, informed by many companies behind me, to revolutionize the quality of life our citizens and patients who come to New Hampshire for treatment, to lead the nation in policy innovation, and to promote America's competitiveness by keeping these American-made businesses in America. I hope you enjoy me in as we make this biotech an intrinsic part of New Hampshire Advantage and become leaders in the emergency biotech revolution. With our help, this revolution can improve and extend our lives and unleash growth in our state. I did have to make one amendment, OLS unintentionally lined out. If you look at the back of my testimony, the amendment is 1735. All that is doing is on page 1, if you look at lines 21 through 24, that was crossed out, that should not have been crossed out. So this amendment just adds that language back into the bill. Very simple amendment, very straightforward. I mean, I've been going across the state talking about this, my campaign, and I think that New Hampshire has a really good advantage. We're 45 minutes from the best hospitals in the world down in Boston. People can get their treatments here, and they can do their recovery down in Boston. This industry will more than double the GDP of the state of New Hampshire if we can bring it here. It's a good paying jobs. It's a good market. It's an exciting time. Americans should not have to leave the country in order to get treatments. They should be able to come to New Hampshire and do it right here. With that, I guess I'll take some questions if you have any.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Cole. Representative Weber.
Thank you. I have an actual drafting question on the top of page 2, lines 5 through 8. First, you say a qualifying severe illness means an illness that is both chronic and debilitating. And then you say chronic and debilitating shall have the same meaning as severely debilitating, defined under 21 CFR 31 to whatever it is. Why did you not just lift the words from the federal statute and put them into the bill? So we would actually know what the words were and what the definition was without having to refer to federal statute.
I'd be certainly willing to make that amendment and put that language in here.
Okay, thank you. And could I have an unrelated question?
Sure, go ahead.
So if we double the GDP of New Hampshire, what is the effect on the New Hampshire housing market and the availability of housing to people who already live here in New Hampshire?
Thank you for your question. Appreciate it. There's a lot of land north of the airport over Londonderry. Ideally, in my mind, I see that being built out as its own little city, its own little mecca. And I think that we talked to there's a company here that also deals with innovative housing. And I think that'll be part of the equation in getting this done. But yeah, there's going to have to be a significant build out with the buildings and housing to support that community. But these companies want to come here. They want to do business here.
Right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative McLean.
It's just very quick, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Cole. So, we heard testimony on the prior bill, which was Representative Kesselring's bill, and you mentioned that you work kind of hand in glove with him a little bit. So, do we need to expand this in order to have the full service options available in his bill? Because I was going through his bill trying to understand what is an eligible patient. So, can that bill proceed with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's without your bill passing, or does your bill need to pass in order to provide those? I see him shaking his head. So,
It would not. They're two separate bills.
Okay.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So just to expand on what he said, does this just give the ability for more companies to come to New Hampshire, or expand that scope versus what my bill does is open up a new pathway?
Yes, it would create a lot more opportunity for businesses to do their business here in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Also signed up to speak is Dr. Elmer Burkhalter.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. I think I would like to make an additional point. I hope I convinced you before that we have new technological opportunities here that we should take advantage of. I think the bill number 1735 is very important because it's about access to these therapies and opportunities. So it's an ideal, I believe, an ideal addition to what the intent with 1734 is. And let me explain why I think this access idea is so important. And I'm going to give you some examples from my over 30 years of experience in clinical development. So I've been seeing a lot of change within FDA. I'm going to give you an example that's a little older, but still is typical of the challenges that patients have to go through if they want to have access to treatments for severe diseases. So about 10 years ago, I was working with a German biotech company that has a special technology to purify stem cells. And this technology enabled the treatment with so-called haploidentical transplants. And these haploidentical transplants cannot be done without manipulation of the bone marrow. And St. Jude's actually hired a doctor from Germany that had a lot of experience with these treatments. So we tried to get this off the ground here in the United States and to get access for sick children, sometimes in the ages between 2 years and 16 years at St. Jude's. And the FDA was pushing the point adamantly that you needed a controlled trial. Now, a controlled trial would have meant certain deaths in the control group. And that is one of the issues with the right to try. So you do not have to sign up for a trial where you might end up in the control group, but you actually have the choice to choose the treatment that you signed up to. It's not a 50-50 gamble or a 60-30 gamble. It's a certainty that you get the trial that you decided for. I think that's a very important point. The second point I would like to bring across here is with the right to try, specifically for my company, Immuneo, is that we can intervene early on. We know that in many cases the prospects of cancer are very negative. We know that there is in some cases no cure available, so we need to treat these patients early on in order to make use of their potential to fight the tumor with their own immune system. That is very essential that we get these patients early on and that we do something very early when they're not terminal. So that's a very key piece of this bill. And therefore, I would strongly urge you to sign up for it and to support it. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Any question, Representative Weber?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As I'm looking at this, it completely strikes any restriction on eligible patient. Is that correct?
That would be up for Dylan, I think, to answer details about the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I just want to make sure I heard and understood correctly. It sounds like you were saying that there's essentially no control arm. There's just a treatment arm. And so how do you propose that this actually contributes to an evidence base?
In a lot of ways. I mean, there's nothing more evidence-based than data, and we are able to get a lot of data comparing to historical groups in these cases. We gather extremely comprehensive data sets from the tumor, from molecular analysis, and from patient background. So you don't start from scratch. You don't have to do a controlled trial in order to gather data at this stage, because you have a lot of data available. This has changed a lot over the past couple of years. Evidence-based medicine does not mean that you need a full control group holding it up to a standard that's long gone.
I see no other questions. Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Stephen Martin from Infinita.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you guys very much for taking the time to listen to me. Again, these remarks will be a little more informal. I do just want to give some context from my professional experience on some treatments which might qualify for use under the chronic and debilitating or severely debilitating label, which don't qualify under terminal only, specifically in the field of oncology. I think it might surprise a lot of you to hear that this broader definition can actually facilitate access to cancer treatments, but in some cases, like the speaker before me mentioned, this is true. Specifically in our portfolio, we have several treatments which are designed either to ameliorate the negative side effects of things like chemotherapy, radiation therapy. A lot of the time, people get treated using these mechanisms. They get very bad skin conditions, very painful and debilitating side effects, and there are options in the clinical pipeline right now which they can potentially access. They can help really reduce or even eliminate these negative side effects. You can't access those under a terminal only definition, but you can access them under a severely debilitating definition. Second, there is a class of treatments which are actually preventative or prophylactic in nature. So there are treatments which are targeted at people who have already gone through cancer treatment and begun to experience remission. And when they have access to these treatments, they have a substantially lower likelihood of a reoccurrence of cancer. Again, because they've already gone through remission, they do not necessarily qualify under any sort of terminal only label. But if you can define their cancer as something which is severely debilitating or chronic, they may be able to access these treatments using that. And these are actually also things which are potentially useful for even at-risk populations. So you don't necessarily only need to use them on patients who have already gone through remission, although that is perhaps a separate conversation. That's really the conclusion of my testimony on this particular matter. I don't need the full 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Also signed up to speak is William Van Etten.
Dover, New Hampshire. My written testimony is stapled to my previous written testimony. Almost everything that I had wanted to say has already been said. The existing right to try law covers terminal illness. This bill expands to qualify severe illness, chronic debilitating conditions as defined by FDA standards. That's a significant and necessary change. People don't have to wait till they're dying to get treatment. That makes sense. I'm trying to skip over the stuff that's already been said here. The current law limits those to therapies produced exclusively for an individual patient based on their genetic profile. This bill removes that restriction. Critically, the bill provides liability immunity for manufacturers, pharmacists, facilities, and providers as long as the diagnosis is confirmed by two physicians. There are no comparable FDA-approved options. Informed consent is obtained, and there is no willful misconduct. Without that immunity, no one would participate. That's what makes the law functional. This bill doesn't replace the FDA. It creates a parallel pathway for patients who are out of options and are willing to accept the risks. That's their choice, not ours. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Weber.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you mentioned the limitations of liability provisions, because one of the things that concerned me very much when we passed this chapter was that a physician's conduct has to rise to willful malpractice in order to escape the complete pass that they're given. And when I was a little happier with that when it was a very small and well-defined population. But what you are doing when you eliminate the narrower definition, which is what you need to do for the bill to do what you want it to do, you are now expanding the limitations of liability exponentially. And you know, we're not even talking about reckless conduct here. You're giving all reckless conduct with all of the patients being treated under this a complete pass.
Yeah.
Do you think that that might somehow go wrong in the future?
I share your concern. I'm a scientist, not a lawyer. I don't think I can answer that question effectively.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Ryan Lambert.
Thanks again for letting me speak. After hearing some of your questions, I just had more thoughts. This is not as well put together, but just some thoughts for you. New Hampshire's played this role before.
Could we have each person introduce themselves again and say who they're representing?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm Ryan Lambert. I'm just the resident in New Hampshire. I heard about this from Ian, and I really am excited about it. Both bills. New Hampshire has played this role before. Again and again, the state has chosen to go first, from adopting the first state constitution to establishing the first in-nation presidential primary, not because it was flashy, but because it's good leadership. It matters now. We hear from our friends in San Francisco. A couple of our friends are interested in moving to a place where they can do their biotech startups. Montana's interesting, but like you've heard a bunch of us say, it's not near Boston, which, you know, MGH, it's like the most great hospital or something, I think is the term people use. It's also important to be honest about the risk trade-off. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more risky, but it's New Hampshire where we take lots of risks. We take a lot of, like our whole history, it's like big boy rules up here. So the alternative is to keep experimentation, in those, so risk still exists, but the learning, the oversight, the economic upside are worth it. The alternative is, I guess maybe I should have just left you with my first thoughts on this, but you can't escape that there's a risk trade-off, I guess. And I just think New Hampshire, you know, we're the live free or die state. I just think 1735 ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Dr. Jeremy Elser. If you could state your name for the record, and also, is it the Ship of Theseus?
Ship of Theseus, yeah.
Okay.
So hi everyone again. Nice to see you again. Ship of Theseus, CEO, founder. My name is Jeremy Elser. I talked to you a little bit earlier about why I'm generally supportive of both the right to try and the benefits that I think it'll bring to patients and to citizens in general. But for this, I just wanted to focus in on the terminal versus not terminal. This seems to be the crux. And I want to tell you a little bit about one of the treatments that we have for diabetic foot ulcers. So if you are very diabetic, you get wounds on your feet that just never heal. And then eventually they saw off your foot. So it is not terminal. Like, you are actually dying of diabetes, but your death certificate will not say diabetic foot ulcer. But when you have a foot that is essentially rotting for years and then it's cut off, these patients, like, their mobility, when they lose their mobility, they really do kind of die then. They can't really go out with family and friends anymore. Their world shrinks to just wherever they can, like, you know, shuffle over to. So it's not terminal, but it may as well be. And I think that this is the kind of person who would be helped by this law. Similarly with the bone marrow transplants I was talking to you about earlier, if you get a bone marrow transplant and you're in the hospital for 3 weeks, you have no immune system, you are unlikely to die from that, but you can be re-hospitalized and die there. You get infections because you have no immune system. So even though you are you're not very likely to die single-digit percentages, but if you're one of those people or someone you care about the statistics don't really matter to you. N equals 1 matters. And then the last thing I'll say is that in both cases, those are very expensive outcomes. Like, a hospital bed costs $10,000 a day, depending on how your insurance works. And so if you're out of the hospital 10 days faster and freeing up that hospital for somebody else, it brings costs down. And sawing off a person's foot is a lot more expensive than putting a gel on it. So, like, it takes costs out of the system too. It's not just, you know, the human part, of course, is big, but the cost actually really matters.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Weber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to try my question again about the legal liability aspects. Concern about the chapter as it's written, and I know that's already current law, and it was less concerning, but still concerning to me, when we were talking about a very small and carefully defined population. But if we expand, which is the whole point of this bill, to allow other people also to experiment, we are also expanding the free pass that we give practitioners if they are not actually willful in their practice. They can get away, it appears to me, with any amount of reckless behavior, and they simply have no checks on that. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that and how it might be a problem down the road with somebody who is perhaps less careful or less knowledgeable than the people who are testifying here today and who simply decide that they have a better way of doing it. And I'm concerned about protections for patients under those conditions.
I'll do my best to give a scientist CEO's version of a legal answer, but I'm not legally trained. So as a scientist, I'm definitely willing to be held accountable and eager to be held accountable for giving all the information that I have to everybody I'm told to give it to. Patients, their doctors, IRB, which I think is a check and control. So I think that, and I think that those type of controls are in there. Like, I think they're still IRB. Again, I'm not a lawyer. So I think as long as the standard is held, that's like there are still those checks in there. And then the other thing I would say is that ultimately, as a CEO, I'm not trying to sneak around the FDA. I need to get CMS to reimburse my stuff. I need to pay my investors. So ultimately, I want to be more FDA than the FDA when we get to phase 3. So I have to be building up my case the whole time. So there's still like a lot of economic pressure on me that can act as a forcing function to tell me to behave, because if something goes wrong, both reputationally and probably through documentation, that's going to end up hurting my company in the long term.
So could I have one follow-up?
Sure.
So what prevents physicians, once we've struck the stuff we've struck here, what prevents a physician who isn't actually economically motivated, as you and the people behind you are, to get through a phase in a trial and bring it to market? Is there something in here that puts boundaries around a physician who simply has a notion that this might, I mean, I know you can already do off-label stuff and you have to have a good faith argument, but those people who are doing that are still bound by the possibility of legal action if they become reckless in their predictions. So what stops an individual physician from taking advantage of the restrictions on liability in this provision and simply goes off on a treatment course of their own, which may be quite reckless in terms of risking a patient's health? And what are the protections for a patient who is desperate for some relief from whatever they're going through when there isn't the kind of economic pressure that you're talking about?
I think I'd have to defer to somebody who's more legally minded. The part where I feel confident and where I feel like my expertise fits is in the definition of terminal versus non-terminal and the importance of a non-terminal disease.
That's fair enough. I don't want to push you if it's something you don't want to answer, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I want to stick on the medical side that you probably have a little bit more understanding to. Would you still classify what you do as an investigational kind of drug or investigational type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that we are applying for an IND, which is an investigational new drug from the FDA, so ultimately that's what we're applying for. The investigational counts.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to, I wasn't good at it last time. I'm not going to try it again. Beharauz from Cambridge. I'll let you pronounce your name, and if you could spell it also for the benefits of committee members.
It's Bahare Behrouz, and it's Bahareh Behrouz.
Okay, and you're representing Vincor, is it?
Vincere Bio.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just, I think a lot of what I wanted to say also has been covered, so I won't double cover, but just as a reminder, I am a neuroscientist by training, so I'll focus on that side of it. I think right now, the way the right to try is framed makes sense for some very fast progressing diseases where you sort of, from the time of diagnosis to death, you have a short period of time where you can intervene. And that way we get to sort of have access during the known duration of the disease. When you're talking about something like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease, this is they'll still kill you. They're terminal diseases, right? But they won't kill you in 6 months. So now you have this kind of extended period of time where the person has the disease but isn't terminal, I think, according to the current law. But if you wait until 6 months before they're ready to die, then it is really difficult to intervene with any kind of medication. So all of us in the neurodegenerative space know this. Once your neurons die, you're not going to bring them back. Just like people, you're not going to bring it back. But if they're unhealthy and they're sick, you can bring them back to health. So it's really, really critical for diseases like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease to intervene as early as possible. And that puts it, well before that terminal phase. And I think in this, what's being defined now as the severe chronic conditions. I appreciate all of the safety questions that have been asked about the IRB, about what happens if a patient has to go into the emergency room, about recklessness and all that. I think all of those should be considered, and I think we should. I think it is possible the way that it's written and the way that it is to have the safety, have that standard where we are not just recklessly treating people with these investigational medications, but doing it really in a responsible way, but providing people with an opportunity before that window where we can actually intervene is closed. Because if we're just intervening in the last 6 months of Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease, that's just false hope. I mean, we wouldn't even do that. So we want to intervene during the window where intervention is actually open. And I think what this provides is kind of a win-win-win for the patients who would otherwise not have access to these interventional, to these investigational medications for another 6-7 years. For the companies that wouldn't be able to get this data without running a full phase 2, phase 3 trial, and for the state of New Hampshire, who can actually be first and be on the innovation front on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Kesselring.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I want to kind of get your opinion on this. So when it comes to civil liability that's currently in place, how does that deter the experimental treatments right now?
From the current right to try? What? I don't know if I understand the question.
Or yes, or in general, like
in general, I mean, if there is going to be civil liability, like if we give this medication to someone and they have, and if there's something that they didn't understand, they have some adverse thing and they sue us for that, of course that would be, and this was mentioned earlier, that would be pretty damaging to the company. And I think this is why a lot of the large pharmaceutical companies don't even bother, because the risk is kind of like strong on that if you can get sued. So I think that having less liability would be critical. I think that why would you put your whole company at risk and potentially not be able to treat millions of patients later because early on you had this liability suit or something that prevents you from being able to take it any further, if that makes sense. If I understood your question properly.
Representative Lucas.
I'm also not a legal expert, so probably best to leave those for Dylan.
Nor am I, and not a legal question, I promise. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. In your experience, in your startup, has your company, to your knowledge, ever charged a patient for an experimental treatment?
We're just starting phase 1, so we've actually not given our medication to anyone just yet. So we haven't charged anyone for anything.
Thank you.
And we actually give it freely to academic institutions for preclinical research as well. So I think for us, the goal is the higher helping of patients more than anything else.
Could I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. So traditionally, there's a line that isn't crossed, defined by medical ethics as you cannot charge a patient for an experimental product or treatment. In this bill, there is a provision to allow a manufacturer to do that. And if you could help me understand why that line, which hasn't been crossed, should be breached at this point.
I mean, somebody has to pay for it, right? I think the manufacturing is not free. Certainly the research is not free. So if we would open this up to patients, then if the patients don't pay for it and the payers don't pay for it, the company has to basically pay for it, which means investors have to pay for it. So essentially, somebody has to pay for the medication.
One follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
So what I'm concerned about, and I don't know if you would agree or not, and maybe you can enlighten me further. Doesn't this set up a pay to play in which only folks who can afford those treatments or experimental devices would then have access?
I think this was kind of alluded to earlier. To a small extent, I think that will be true, but I think that at this stage, the cost of manufacturing, certainly for our products, would not be very high. So I think that wouldn't be a major barrier to entry. That may not be true for some of the other companies, and so there may be an initial pay to play, but I think that it would be better to have, this is my personal opinion, I guess, it would be better to have pay to play at the beginning and be able to get the drugs over that hurdle of showing efficacy, at which point then payers will pay for it and everyone will have access to it, than to not have it at all for anyone at any point in time. Does that make sense?
Seeing no one else, thank you. Also signed up to speak is Fanny Minarski from Quadrascope Ventures. And it's before you would put down 10 minutes, but please keep it to 3, please.
Keep it to 3, and thanks again for allowing me to speak here. Again, to address the question of access to care is a basic human right. People who are gravely impacted by a sickness or a condition and debilitating pain should be able to seek care. Their physician should have more of a say than regulatory agency physicians and scientific boards. The decision should be up to the individual who is suffering, with the help of the authorities that they trust. That's how we get care to people in a free society. So as far as capital is concerned, obviously there may be abuses, but we can support companies that can get to market and start making revenue earlier rather than later. Only very rich people can afford health tourisms to go offshore for treatments. Working families with sick children need access to care locally, and in America, where the hygiene standards are high, and there's civilized access to care. So I do agree it's a win-win-win. It's a win for the companies who can get to market and start collecting data and iterating and optimizing the treatment. It's a win for investors who can make their capital work more efficiently with return on investment. This makes the job easier for the funds who are trying to get investment and funnel the money to these companies, and obviously for all of us and the patients. So that's.
Thank you. Representative Weber?
So help me understand, if the costs are allowed to be passed on, even for experimental treatment, which is a new thing, and insurance companies aren't going to pay for it because it hasn't been proven yet, how does this actually help working families with children who are already strained in their budgets and will not be able to pay to play?
I agree, it's important to get insurance companies involved. So I mentioned physicians and scientific boards. Insurance companies have a stake as well, because the earlier you have access to the treatment, the cheaper it is and the easier it is to fix the problem, versus if you let it fester and develop to a point where a lot of damage is already done. So insurance companies do cover a lot of these conditions, these debilitating conditions that we are discussing here. But the earlier they can get in, the cheaper it is for them as well.
Thank you.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want some clarification, if you could. I know in your experience, are any of, because we're talking about not experimental like the last bill, more or less. We're talking about debilitating, so you did say that insurance does cover that in a lot of ways. Can you elaborate on anything that might be still considered experimental? Do you see these companies, as we heard, that would give these treatments out if they're still in that trial phase? Because looking at the bill, it does look like the original bill we passed last year does also say May. So I'm just curious on that.
I think it should be up to the provider, up to the manufacturer of the treatment, and up to the provider to make that available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Joshua Berg.
Thank you. I'm Joshua Berg. That's Berg, B-E-R-G. And to say this again, I'm a researcher at Vincere Biosciences, where I research treatments for Parkinson's as well as other age-related diseases by improving mitochondrial health. And today, you've heard from many of the people here how the proposed bill can expand New Hampshire's position as a place for patients to seek life-improving treatment. I want to emphasize how this bill, in particular, can improve the lives of patients with severe and chronic illnesses while allowing New Hampshire to become a destination for both care and development. Now, this proposed legislation change is especially impactful for patients suffering from diseases of aging and for companies focused on developing treatments to these illnesses. Many of these diseases are non-terminal, even though they still have profound impacts on quality of life. Parkinson's disease, as you've heard, and the disease that my company focuses on, is one such illness that impacts approximately 1 million Americans today. And this disease can severely diminish a patient's quality of life due to cognitive and physical impairments. While the disease itself is not currently covered under the definition of terminal, the disease can lead to increased risk of complications such as severe infections or severe falls. And these complications do reduce life expectancy. While several companies, including my own, seek to develop life-improving medicines, many individuals currently suffering from these diseases will not gain access to them while they need them most. As a researcher in this field, I'm driven by how understanding the fundamental biology can translate into real improvements in quality of life and treatment outcomes for all that want it. By accelerating access to patients, this bill positions New Hampshire as more of a place for researchers to develop and distribute these therapies. And this bill expands treatment beyond the narrower area of diseases classified as terminal and allows patients to evaluate for themselves, alongside their own doctors, how they can best treat their chronic and severe illnesses. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Weber.
Mr. Chair, and thank you once again for taking my question. Are the diseases that you're researching, do they qualify under the definition contained in the federal regs, which says severely debilitating means diseases or conditions that cause major irreversible morbidity?
That's a good question. So my understanding is that this bill would expand the access and make it easier for patients with Parkinson's to qualify. I'm not entirely sure if it is previously covered.
I'm just asking if what this bill refers back to, which isn't explicitly in the bill, it's by statutory reference, is a disease or condition that causes major irreversible morbidity. And my question is, do your diseases qualify under that definition rather than severe and chronic, which is what it says, but not what it means?
I think that question is better for Dylan Livingston.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Also signed up to speak is Noah Keating from Epibone.
Hello again, Mr. Chair, Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Noah Keating, that's K-E-A-T-I-N-G, here from Epibone. So I spoke a little bit before about what our company does, as well as Representative Cole spoke so eloquently about our struggles. So this time I want to talk a little bit about the opioid crisis. Because New Hampshire has been one of the states hardest hit by the opioid crisis. I've heard it described as ground zero. And we often talk about enforcement and recovery, but we talk less about how people get exposed to opioids in the first place. And for many Granite Staters, that exposure begins with pain from joint disease or injury. So oftentimes, you go to in a clinic, surgery for chronic pain for a musculoskeletal condition, you get prescribed opioids. Arthritis and joint pain are among the most common reasons opioids are prescribed. More than half of opioid prescriptions go to patients with arthritis or musculoskeletal pain. And this affects millions of Americans, including a large and growing number of New Hampshire residents. It disproportionately affects older adults, tradespeople, and rural workers. And about 7 to 10% of these patients become long-term opioid users after these surgeries. And these are people who are not addicted before surgery. These are people who had musculoskeletal injuries, went to the doctor, and ended up addicted to opioids. So more regenerative medicine treatments like this means less pain, means fewer opioids. If pain is treated at its source, opioids are not prescribed, addiction does not happen. The economic arguments are, musculoskeletal conditions are the leading cause of work disability. Hundreds of millions of work hours nationwide are lost to these types of injuries, and in a small workforce-constrained state like New Hampshire, every lost worker matters. Joint disease and opioid addiction together cost the U.S. over $1 trillion annually. This is lost tax revenue, disability payments, strain on the healthcare system. Allowing access to regenerative medicine, joint therapies like EpiBone, gives patients an option before opioids, before disability, and before addiction. So this is not about lowering standards, it's about raising outcomes for patients. Less pain and right to try can help us treat patients and reduce the opioid crisis for New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weber.
Thank you. Is it your opinion that arthritis is a condition that causes major irreversible morbidity? Because if it doesn't, this doesn't apply to it.
Yes, chronic arthritis that requires joint replacement does qualify.
Even the morbidity part?
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. With your company specifically, could you tell me, would this passage of this bill change your view, or would you move more operations to New Hampshire? Would that change anything on the economic side for your company?
Oh, completely. Yes, it would spur our company to move more operations to New Hampshire. It would spur us to increase our manufacturing in Manchester at Army Biofab. It would allow us to really set up operations more and treat more patients and establish a higher presence in the state.
Seeing no one else, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Dylan Livingston. And Mr. Livingston, if you could remind us what company you represent.
Thank you to the chair and the committee. My name is Dylan Livingston. I'm the founder and CEO of the Alliance for Longevity Initiatives. And again, we are a 501c4 nonprofit focused on advocating on behalf of the longevity biotech industry and this overall mission to increase healthy lifespan in the U.S. So the first thing I want to talk about is, why do we need this expansion of eligibility? And I think we've kind of touched on it a little bit here, but I kind of want to give you an analogy that I give to people who are new to this longevity field. And it's something that, you know intuitively, but I'm just going to kind of compare it to our bodies, right? So we all know that if you buy a new Honda Civic right now, it probably has about 15 years of life expectancy, right? if you drive on normal roads in a normal situation. But if you drive on the back roads where you're bumping around the whole time and you don't get the engine replaced when it needs to be replaced, the lifespan of that car is 10 years, right? And if you take good care and get the oil changed when you need to, that car might last 20 years. And right, and so that's the kind of analogy that I like to use for this longevity industry, in that we are essentially trying to be proactive with our health and do the maintenance before our car essentially breaks down. And so that's the need here for this expansion. Once a biological system is broken, it's pretty much impossible to put it back together. But as Spring said, I think we can make serious progress in treating people and preventing those diseases from becoming terminal in the first place, and that's what we're setting out to do here with this bill. The second thing I want to mention is, so I heard a question before from Representative Weber. How does this help working families? Now, there will potentially be a cost that some people can't access. But the acceleration of this drug development paradigm is going to ultimately lower costs and get better treatments out for everybody, right? And that's the goal here. We want to accelerate biotech development and use investor money wisely and follow the best science possible, so that that 10% number that was mentioned before of startups actually getting to a commercially viable product becomes 20%. And those 20% are better, drugs that are more effective, have a more holistic approach, right? And so that's what we're pushing for, the ultimate acceleration of development in this field, and that's what these bills ultimately do. And then I would say the third thing here is on the liability question. So, the other option here is there's two other options here. One, if there is liability protections, if there aren't protections for companies and manufacturers, what that will lead to is the lesser quality companies actually participating and the higher quality companies not participating. The companies backed by venture capital, spun out of Stanford labs aren't going to participate because they've raised, money through venture capital and they don't want to risk that. Right, but the companies that are, making concoctions out of their, garage might be more inclined because they don't have anything really to lose. Right, they're back to zero if they get sued. So, putting these liability protections in place actually encourages better drugs, not worse drugs, from being included in this right to try regime. And then the last thing I'll just end off here with is we represent about 80 companies in the longevity space. We work with universities and investment firms and biotechs. And if it was not a wintry day out right now where the temperature was 0, we'd probably have people out the door. These changes are something that my whole constituency is very excited about. I get new people every day reaching out to me because they've seen the work that we've done in Montana and they want to know how they can get involved. So this really is, from an economic standpoint, like something that could radically change the trajectory of New Hampshire, bring high-paying jobs here, and grow the economy in a way that's beneficial to America. So thank you for your time, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. Representative Esselring, and then Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you did say economic, so I'm going to follow up on the previous question that I asked. Out of those 80 companies, how many of those 80 companies do you think would move to New Hampshire to operate?
I don't want to speak for anybody, but we've heard from a few of them here, right? And again, I don't want to give you a number and then you come back to me in a year and say, oh, why didn't 20 companies move, right? But there's significant interest from investors who have big portfolios who are encouraging their companies to consider New Hampshire, and then these biotechs as well. So I don't have an exact number for you, but substantial.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, and you've already addressed, thank you for taking my question again. You've already addressed the question about the liability of companies, but because we have removed the narrow definition of patient entirely, which is necessary to accomplish what this bill is aiming to accomplish, have we not created a situation where a physician who is a reckless physician who has a bee in their bonnet about a particular thing that they think is particularly useful without any rigorous data and without the kinds of structural controls that you're talking about for your companies, have we not granted that physician immunity for taking unwarranted risks with people's lives?
So the physicians won't be able to just dole out any medicine that they want, right? It'll have to go through, like we were talking about in the last bill, a review process through the state, through the clinics, and then through ultimately the physician and then the patient itself, right? So, there are these safeguards in place that prevent a doctor from going haywire. But what I want to point your attention to is the cost of inaction versus the cost of action. Right now in America or in the world, we have 100,000 people roughly dying of age-related diseases every single day. It's about 40 million people every single year, right? There's a risk and a trade-off for everything that we do in life. But the risk and trade-off here is, another 100,000 people are going to die tomorrow. And my whole life's goal is to lower that number, hopefully to as low as we can get it. Yes, there's always maybe a fringe scenario where a doctor goes haywire, and there should be protections in place for that. Again, everybody seems to think I'm a lawyer here. I'm not a lawyer, so I'll leave it to the legal minds to figure that one out. There obviously should be protections in place, but the one fringe case versus the bigger picture here of trying to get as many people solutions to their health issues as possible is what I'm thinking about.
Follow-up.
And just as a follow-up to what you were just talking about, you're talking about reducing the numbers of people dying per year.
Yep.
But if I'm not mistaken, everybody dies sometime, so wouldn't those numbers simply go up again after they have achieved a slightly longer lifetime?
Yeah, if everybody's lifespan is 100 years, right, the numbers will be lower over time just because less people are dying in the 80 years.
But only for 20 years.
Yeah, but I would like 20 extra years to spend time with my family, right? That's a noble goal that I think we should all be working towards. It's not about deaths. Deaths are going to happen in this world, right? It's about extending the amount of time we have on this earth with our families and in a healthy state where we can participate in society. And so that's what we're really trying to push for. I just highlighted that number really for kind of dramatic purposes there. But the cost of inaction is real, right? We are sentencing people who would otherwise have solutions to wait for 10 years when they don't have 10 years to wait, right? And so that's what we're opening up for these people who are otherwise hopeless.
So just to be completely clear, what we're talking about is extending longevity. We're not talking about reducing mortality rates over time.
I mean, I think both are noble goals. I don't like people dying, do you? I mean, I don't think anybody likes people dying, right? But no, look, death is going to be a part of life. That's just the fact of the world that we were born into. But extending the amount of healthy life people have is the real goal here, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Comments from the back row permitted?
No. Eric Morgan is next to speak.
Hi, everyone. I'm back again. Eric Morgan. I'm a New Hampshire resident, a physician, career researcher, initially in academia, past 10 years in biotech. I'm also entrepreneur, co-founder of BioAge Labs, which I spoke about earlier. And again, mostly talking about personal observations about these bills. And so since you were just speaking about this question about mortality, I thought I'd address the scientific answer to that, which is prolonging life is the same as decreasing mortality rates. Mortality rates isn't the fraction of people who ultimately die. Of course, all of us ultimately die. It's sort of an annual, per year death rate in a given context. So I think the things you were discussing, prolonging life is the same as reducing mortality rates. So just wanted to make that point just as a follow-up, since it was just asked. So from a personal perspective, for myself and the people that I love, of course, had a life-threatening disease for which there was no therapy, we would want to be allowed access to those therapies. I think if you're a patient who sees a therapy you think would be beneficial, I think it's incredibly damaging not to let people have that access. And I think, as has been well articulated, there are many conditions which are not immediately life-threatening, but are nonetheless quite horrible. And the fundamental motivation here is to allow the same kind of access, and I think that's all of us can see the support for that, and I think New Hampshire should be innovating and allowing people to have that choice. The other question, so other than that, I think my points, I've made them previously. If anyone wants to ask questions as follow-ups, that's fine. Another point I'll make that came up earlier as a question was about placebo controls and trials, and how can you be potentially gathering data from self-pay patients who are of course all going to want to be having the therapy and not be on placebo as a result. And there is a strong history of high-quality research that does use non-placebo controlled trials, although the vast majority of trials do ultimately get placebo-controlled in phase 3. There's actually many approvals, and in past decades there's been dozens of therapies approved without placebo-controlled trials in cases where the disease is known to have a certain course, and that's really not modifiable. And if you can show that your therapy does that, no one's really going to question it. It's like jumping out of an airplane, you die. If you add a parachute, no one needs a placebo-controlled trial to evaluate that. So there are definitely cases where that's the case, and there is innovation over time, and people realizing that research doesn't have to be as expensive and costly, and we can measure biomarkers, for example, that would not change in a placebo patient. So there's cases where placebo-controlled trials are absolutely needed, and there's cases where they aren't. And early on, when you're trying to, I spoke about this before with innovation, when you're trying to get that very first evidence that your drug either does or doesn't work, having any evidence of success is a critical first step to then being able to go into larger trials where you then have placebo controls and can evaluate things against a placebo control when you really think there may be a placebo effect, which there often is. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to address those points. But if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. Also signed up to speak is attorney Ian Hewitt from Cornerstone.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Ian Hewitt appearing for Cornerstone, and to anticipate Representative Weber's question, we like the bill and would like to offer helpful commentary on it. As an organization that worked closely on the existing right to try law, you just won't see it on our scorecard of endorsed priorities, which is what I mean when I check support on a card. I think it's safe to say I know a lot about our existing right to try law from a legal perspective, so I would like to help answer any detailed drafting questions. And for that matter, if anyone has questions along those lines about the previous bill, later on we could speak about those, but I'll address only 1735 for now. First of all, there have been many questions about recklessness, and liability for recklessness is actually expressly not waived in our current law, and Representative Cole's bill does not change that. You are liable under this right to try framework for recklessness, and you can see that if you have copies of 1735 because it amends the existing law. It's got all the text from the existing law, page 3, down on line 30. The entity or person has, line 30, not engaged in willful or reckless misconduct. So the liability that is waived would be liability for instance, deviating from the standard of care, which can ordinarily result in liability, but it does not make sense to impose liability in those cases when you have an experimental treatment, because an experimental treatment is by definition outside the standard of care. I'd like to address some of the vestigial language that Representative Cole's bill cleans up and why it's important to do that. If you are on page 3 with me still, starting on paragraph 3, which is line 16, you'll see below that paragraph 3, there's A, B, C, and D. There's a list of requirements. That paragraph 3, Z3 paragraph 3, that is the beating heart of our current law. When people want to understand our current law, I tell them start there. That's got the list of requirements you need to satisfy to be eligible for these protections in our current law. You can see on line 20, Representative Cole is just tweaking it by adding or qualifying severe. Now, there's some deliberate choices with respect to defined terms that are not in paragraph 3. So you all will notice eligible patient, which is a term defined in our existing statute, is not in paragraph 3. So you don't need to satisfy that eligible patient definition to check boxes A, B, C, D, and if necessary, E, and get our protections. Which means eligible patient, which kind of used to be the heart of the old original right to try law, is now vestigial. And it causes problems for us. You can see we'll go back to page 1, which has eligible patient. One big problem with the eligible patient definition was on lines 11 and 12, you can see if you are in a clinical trial, you are not an eligible patient. And that has caused a lot of problems because Representative Mazur's bill does protect people in clinical trials in paragraph 3. That's how it was designed. There's nothing to rule out clinical trials. But what we've seen is some companies that are not lawyers, they read our existing law, they start from the beginning, they see this eligible patient definition, and they say, oh, well, I heard about New Hampshire's law, and I wanted to come do my clinical trial there. But this says, lines 11, 12, clinical trials are excluded. Now, if they talk to their lawyer's going to read the whole thing and say, eligible patient isn't used in paragraph 3, so you're okay. But for non-lawyers, this causes confusion and needs some cleanup.
I guess that wrapping up, please.
I'd like to quickly only address pay to play. So in 2018, the U.S. federal government passed a right to try law, and the Achilles heel of that law was it expressly excludes any kind of profit on the treatment. And as a result, that law has been used by only 16 people in the country since 2018. It's been basically a joke. It's far more popular to use state right to try frameworks that do allow for profit treatment. And insofar as there are concerns about pay to play and equality, and this will be my last point, I think that may be an argument for accelerating these innovations as quickly as possible, and then for the state to play some role in broadening access to those therapies. But I don't see how that can be an argument for shutting down the therapies or not allowing them or creating a pathway for them, because in the latter case, they simply don't exist and no one can access them, which means the worst off are not better off. And I'd be happy to answer any drafting questions or questions about anything else.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking at page 2, line 25, that's been changed. I just want to get legal clarification since you can help me with that maybe. It's current law looks like it says may make the drug and biologic device available, but then we're striking it out and changing it to the manufacturer may. Are we really changing anything in the current law? Is it still the same thing basically that the law currently has? Can you explain on that?
Yes, thank you for your question, Representative. So this is another clarifying housekeeping change. An attorney who reads the entire chapter is going to figure out, once they've read through it, they're going to see, okay, Z3, paragraph 3, this is the heart of the law. These are the core requirements I need to satisfy. But because we've got this old vestigial language kind of left over that's disconnected from Z3, paragraph 3, a non-lawyer is first going to get tripped up by these other vestigial terms. And this is a clarifying change here. You're referring to lines 23 through 26 on page 2, where in effect the amendment just says, to clarify, you may administer these treatments if you satisfy the requirements in that paragraph I referenced, paragraph 3, which has requirements A, B, C, and D, the sort of outer bounds of the regime. And so it's pointing even non-lawyers who are maybe just biotech innovators looking up our RSAs online, it points them now to where the beating heart of the law really already is. So my answer would be no, it doesn't substantively change how a judge would interpret the law. A judge is going to see, okay, paragraph 3, they deliberately didn't use eligible patients, so I'm not looking to that definition. But non-lawyers will inevitably get thrown off because they're starting from the beginning. We're pointing them now in the right place.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for taking my question. As somebody with familiarity with the whole body of existing law, does the state currently have rulemaking authority under this chapter?
The state doesn't expressly have rulemaking authority under this chapter, although it could use rulemakings to promulgate rules that are relevant to how this chapter is implemented. There is extensive rulemaking authority in Representative Kesselring's bill, and that would, of course, intersect in practice with Representative Cole's bill if both were passed.
So would I be incorrect if I thought that rulemaking authority in New Hampshire is limited to when the state has been given an express delegation of authority,
That's exactly right, yes.
which this doesn't have.
This does not give the DHHS any new rulemaking authority. The existing
you.
law and orders book.
I'm asking, is there rulemaking authority explicitly under existing law?
No, existing law does not contain rulemaking authority in this chapter. Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up question to that, I guess. So obviously we know the right to try is completely giving the civil liability waiver, let's say. Does the department have anything of the treatments that can be done under this? Do they have authority of rulemaking on that currently?
Not only do they not, but it would be unconstitutional if they did. Civil liability is adjusted by the plenary powers of a state legislature. I don't think a court would uphold a rulemaking authority from a state agency on adjusting the scope of civil liability without some direct action from the legislature.
Seeing no one else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Sarah Scott, representing AFP of New Hampshire.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify here today. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to make this really brief. I think a lot of this has already been covered, but I'm here today representing Americans for Prosperity. We're here in support of this legislation and also Sarah Scott. We're here in support of this legislation and also in support of the bill right before this. I'm not an expert in the biotech space, and I'm also not a lawyer. So I wanted to address one of the angles of this that really hasn't been covered yet, and that's the emotional and the personal side of this. I think a lot of people look at this legislation, and we focused a lot on the economic side of this and the innovation and the science behind it, which is great, and it's a really important aspect of this. But I think for a lot of people, we look at it too and say, why does this need to happen today, and why does it need to be in New Hampshire? And the answer to that is that, for the most part, this type of legislation won't affect you until it's hit somebody that you know personally. And so this won't be legislation that's passed and is something that everybody takes advantage of. There are going to be a lot of people who have debilitating illnesses, maybe even life-threatening illnesses, that will look at this and decide that this isn't really the pathway forward for them. But for those families that look at this and say, this is kind of the difference between a happy, successful, healthy life and the course that they're currently on, this will mean everything to them. So I think this bill is really focused on getting government out of medical decisions and making sure that parents, patients, and doctors can make the best decisions for their family. One of the previous speakers specifically brought up Parkinson's, and that's something that I personally have dealt with. My father-in-law had Parkinson's. He passed away a couple years ago. They mentioned that, Parkinson's itself might not kill you right away after your diagnosis, but it's these other conditions and complications that can really impact it. So he specifically, I think, had mentioned things like falls. That was something my family dealt with. My father-in-law lived out on a ranch, fell there because of his Parkinson's, and it was hours before anybody could find him. The other thing was the infections. And this was actually ultimately what caused my father-in-law to pass away, was an infection that for a normal healthy person would have been something he could have recovered from, but because of his Parkinson's, he was extremely susceptible to this type of infection, and he ultimately passed away from it. So I think that for some families, even maybe facing an issue like Parkinson's, they might say the risk isn't worth it to them, and it's not a pathway that they want to continue down. But for those families that look at that and say they want to try something, they want to have some amount of hope, I think that's really the key here, is giving them that opportunity and getting government out of the way so that they can pursue those treatment options. So I'll wrap up real quick. I'm happy to take questions if I can answer them, but it sounds like we had a really great group of people testifying here today that have probably covered most of what you had.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much.
One thing I did want to bring up that I was handed here, one of the aspects of this bill that has been kind of brought up in terms of questions was, could one rogue doctor go off and start providing treatments or classifying an illness as being part of this definition? And the diagnosis does need to be confirmed by 2 physicians here. So I believe the person that handed this to me wanted just me to reiterate that this is something that does have a sort of check and balance here in the system to make sure that there is some oversight in making sure that multiple physicians have confirmed this diagnosis.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. No one else has signed up to testify. Am I correct in assuming no one else wishes to testify? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1735 FN. Our next hearing is scheduled for 1 p.m. on HB 1562 FN. So we'll be in recess until that time. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the House Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs. We have one bill remaining for today before we go into executive session. That is on HB 1562FN. For the purposes of introducing the bill, I'll recognize Representative Mark McLean from Manchester and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to present this bill. This bill basically is a resubmission of House Bill 548, which passed the House last term, went over to the Senate. They had some issues with it, and so I've taken some feedback, incorporated it into the bill, and we're back to see how we can do again. So basically, this bill is about exploring a direct payer model in healthcare facilities. So those of you folks on this committee know that here in the United States, we have some of the most innovative healthcare in the world, advanced medical treatments, therapies, you name it. I come from Canada, and pretty much everywhere I go in Canada, there's a fundraiser somewhere to send folks to the United States to get access to therapies that they just don't have in Canada. And so the treatments and the healthcare itself, I think, is excellent. The problem I think that we have, and that many attempts have been made to kind of correct, is the structure of the delivery system itself. The Affordable Care Act tried to go after some of those woes, and through Medicaid expansion, it did expand some access in the short term, provide some relief for uncompensated care. But after more than a decade, rural access is in free fall. CMS has stated that up to 30% of the nation's critical access hospitals are in jeopardy of closing in the next 5 to 7 years. That's a staggering figure. And the promised price reductions that we're going to have from the Affordable Care Act, they never really materialize. So the system is more rigid than ever. And so we need to transfer some of the innovative mindset that we have on the treatment side of healthcare over into the system itself. And I was really excited last week to hear a little bit about the emergency facilities, that HCA was having, to talk about the treatment centers that we heard today on HB 734. These are all examples of people looking and experimenting, and I think it's an exciting time to be talking about this. And HB 1562 is a part of that tapestry that looks to kind of take the direct primary care model that we passed into law in this legislature 3 years ago, and it expands it to healthcare facilities. Now, supporters think it's going to open up the healthcare market just a tiny crack to expand pricing transparency, choice, and competition. And like I said, it did pass this House last year until it ran into some concerns in the Senate. So like the direct primary care model already used in the state, what the bill does is it grants to those facilities that exclusively receive payment directly from the patient the ability to opt out of the all-payer requirement currently in state law. So because of that, those facilities that choose to operate under the model will be completely upfront in their pricing, could be extremely attractive to those patients who are self-insured or uninsured. So just imagine you want to go in for a procedure and you know to the dollar how much you're going to be able to pay upfront. If you're self-insured, if you're on a tight budget, trying to make the best decisions you can with the resources that you have, that could be very attractive to you, to know upfront just how much you're going to have to pay. But HB 1562 may also serve to attract providers to the state that might find that it relieves them of the costly administrative overhead of the all-payer model, which we have heard prior testimony could be up to about a third of the cost. So it's going to certainly create competition and hopefully incentivize current providers to look at how they might make their own pricing more transparent. And that's something that we've been trying to do for a very long time. Even Obamacare was trying to do that. So the opponents of the bill are going to say, you know, we think it leads to cherry picking. They say that the transparency of the model is going to lure away the best high-paying customers and drive the state's critical access hospitals into bankruptcy and closure. This is going to be what tips things over the edge. But I want to just talk quickly about those concerns. There's not a lot of data here, and that's been very frustrating for me because I brought this bill many times, and I really want to get at a lot of data. But there's a reason for that, I think. So let's look at the Surgery Center of Oklahoma as an example. And I choose it because just about every article that you read on direct pay facilities references this facility as it was on the vanguard of the direct pay movement, opening up all the way back in 1997, almost 30 years ago. And they offer upfront pricing on their surgical services, and they absorb all the risk. So I think that's a wonderful thing for the people of Oklahoma and the surrounding states. And do they cherry pick? Well, I guess they do, because they don't take Medicare and Medicaid. But the question is, are they a risk to Oklahoma's other hospitals, especially critical access hospitals? And is Oklahoma really in jeopardy of being overrun by similar surgery centers? But the fact is that the Surgery Center of Oklahoma has been in operation for almost 30 years. And there has never been a second center built like it in Oklahoma. Okay, there's 169 hospitals in Oklahoma, 40 of which are critical access hospitals. But 28 years later, there is still only one Surgery Center of Oklahoma. So with the bulk of the population on Medicare, Medicaid, employer insurance, what the Oklahoma example shows us is that if we allow direct pay facilities in New Hampshire, the uptake is going to be modest at best. And it dawned on me, the reason that it's so hard for me to find a lot of data is because this is just not a model that is going to take the country by storm. So the stated threat is really, I think, overstated. The benefit of this model is not in its widespread adoption. The benefit of the model is what we heard this morning when we were taking testimony on HB 1734, in that it is opening up opportunities for innovation. And so I think that is where the benefit is going to be, not in the widespread adoption. But let's talk further about the critical access hospitals. If a direct pay facility were to open in New Hampshire, do we really think that it would locate itself in the rural areas of the state currently served by our critical access hospitals? My bet would be that they would locate to the south and the more populous areas of the state, maybe even close to the Mass border. So I really think that the stated threat to the critical access hospitals, again, is a little bit overblown. Our critical access hospitals are under threat, yes, but it's from structural problems that predate the arrival of any direct pay facility. I mean, compared to these structural problems, I believe that the impact burden of a new direct pay facility would be akin to spitting in the ocean. So we really need to diversify the healthcare landscape now. And I ran into some criticism in the Senate. They said, look, you know, you haven't in this bill identified a clear path to sustainable, affordable access. You know, and they're right about that, because this is a massive problem. It would have been solved long ago. But the mistake I think that they were making is they're assuming that the final path has to be defined by the government. And the government has a role to play, but the strength of the bill is in that it's opening up the marketplace. And these were the bills that we heard last week, the bills that we heard this morning. These are the things that I think are ultimately going to change the landscape. If I look at what the federal government is offering as an alternative to the situation with the critical access hospitals, they created a few years ago the Rural Emergency Hospital, and there's already institutions that have been set up to help hospitals convert from a critical access hospital to a rural emergency hospital. There have been 40 hospitals in the country that have made that conversion. But once you do that, all you can do is provide emergency care. So that'll allow the critical access hospital to survive. but what does it do to access in the community? So the government has a role to play, but it has a role to play, not all the roles to play. Also, I just want to end that from the testimony last year, I have amending language in the bill and a further amendment that I'll talk about in a little bit, because there was a lot of pushback on the bill from members of this committee and others that I really thought was very reasonable. Representative Palmer was talking about charitable care. So I made sure that the provision for charitable care is exactly the same as for every other hospital. Representative Lucas was talking about nursing homes. This was a concern that also was brought up by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, which I thought, again, that's very good. So I explicitly got those out. The counties came to me with amending language that they felt strengthened the protections for the nursing homes. So again, I thought that was reasonable. And I put that in, and I have another amendment here because I think the counties went a little bit too far in the language, that they took out the membership base part, and that I think was important, because we don't want to open things up to the all payer. They have to be a membership based thing. So the amendment that I put in front of everybody basically puts that language back in to tighten it up. But my intention is not to bring the healthcare system in New Hampshire crashing down. We've had reasonable concerns. I've tried to address them. I just want to allow that innovation to have a place to land in New Hampshire. And so with that, I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you. And Representative Weber.
Thank you. And could you direct me to the bit about charitable care, because I'm having trouble. Well, just that's the first one, and then I'll have a follow-up.
If you look at page 2 of the bill, the original version last year, if you go down to line 15, it says subparagraph 1A shall not to apply to blah, 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 blah. In last year's version of the bill, that was 1A and 1B. Okay, so per Representative Palmer's comment, I got rid of the reference to subparagraph 1 or 2B or whatever it is, which is adopt, publicize, and apply in assistance for any persons who are uninsured. So that would be lines 7 and 8 on page 2. You still have to offer that. So that's the part that was addressing the charitable care portion.
Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, and I'm looking at 1A lines 4 through 6, which is not going to apply to these facilities, and lines 7 and 8B, which are going to apply. Am I right in thinking that what you are saying is that the facility doesn't have to provide to all persons, but it has to have a policy about an assistance plan, but we have no guidance as to what or to what extent the assistance plan is?
Yeah, so basically...
Is that fair characterization?
I think if I understand, so basically, so if I am in a member base or direct pay, I would not be bound by page 2, lines 4 through 6. I would not be bound by that if I was direct pay or member base. But I would be bound, like every other hospital, to have lines 7 and 8. And in the bill that I offered last year, they would not be bound to provide 7 and 8. That was Representative Palmer's concern, and that is what I struck from the bill this year. Okay, did that answer your question?
It does, and if I could just have a follow-up to explore a little further.
Yeah.
So if their policy was that they're going to devote 1/10 of 1% of their revenues to charitable care, that would be an adequate policy.
Yeah, I think basically whatever other people have to do, they have to do. So it basically, the rules for them are the same as everybody else.
And one more follow-up.
One more.
Yeah.
But you do understand what my question is.
Mm-hmm.
There is, without requiring them to treat everybody, which line 1 doesn't apply anymore, they could have any policy at all, no matter how restrictive, about the charitable care, and it would certainly comply with line 2. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And that could be, I guess, done with any other institution, although these institutions are out for the public good. So I would certainly hope that their policy would not be, we have none. But you're right. I mean, as long as they adopt a policy, they would have latitude to put whatever they want in that policy, is how I read it, correct.
And so for my final question, so does this bill do any real thing to broaden access to anybody who doesn't have significant private means?
Beyond line 7 and 8, no.
Thank you.
Representative Tellez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I guess in follow-up to those questions and answers, so are we presuming that these facilities would be non-profit, like most of the hospitals are non-profit and therefore have certain charitable care obligations?
I would assume that they would be for profit, but because the Surgery Center of Oklahoma is certainly for profit, and there's not a lot of these, so that's really the only model I have to go on. Certainly, there would be no restriction within the bill that would prevent a nonprofit from doing it. But I'm unaware of anybody. I'm unaware of any nonprofit exercising that in the past.
Other questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, in terms of means and experience in Oklahoma, I heard anecdotal evidence that some charitable hospitals charge people a lot. So, if center in Oklahoma can provide cheaper treatment, can it be that for some people with limited means it's cheaper to go to that center than to hospitals that is non-profit?
Well, I think certainly if you look at their cost model, it is lower. So for certain people, depending upon your insurance status, it certainly would be so, and that would be what would make it attractive to those people. But I'm not a person that would ever use it because I have an employer-based healthcare. But it really depends upon the individual situation.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Just on an intuitive basis, if this were really a innovative and a model that would represent a giant step forward, it would seem in the 30 years that Oklahoma would have taken further steps. Has there been any studies in Oklahoma or other places that would offer us an insight on just exactly how they operate in answering some of the questions that we've heard?
I'm unaware of them. So I've had I've had legislative research looking, I think this is my 4th time, and they always come up dry. There's just not a lot there. So,
just to clarify there, as far as you know, that's the only facility that's been functioning on this basis?
I would say that I'm aware of, yes. And as I said, legislative research, when I bring in this bill, there's not a lot. But I think, and that's why I say I don't think that the negative impacts and the threat to the critical access hospitals is real. But I think when you take this, because I thought of that myself, how is this really going to open things up? But you really don't know. And then, I'm coming in this morning and I'm listening to the testimony on Representative Kesselring's bill, and I'm saying, oh my God, You know, this is, now I don't know how it plays out in the end, but this came at me kind of like out of left field. And then we were talking about the remote emergency facilities last week. So I'm not a doctor. I don't live in the healthcare world, but there are people who do, and they're always looking at ways to innovate. So I think what this does is this just lays a foundation that they can plant seeds in. I don't know what seeds they're going to plant, Representative Woods, but I just think it's going to make the ground more fertile, is I think what it's going to do.
Anyone else? Representative Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for the chair working on that. So I have sort of two questions. The first one is when you're comparing the cost of the in Oklahoma of this Surgery Center versus standard hospitals, are you looking at what the Surgery Center charges, which presumably is, if you go in to have your gallbladder done, it's X, as opposed to a regular hospital in Oklahoma where they have a charge, and then it's whatever your insurance comes out. So it is opaque and it's really difficult to figure out, but it's not. But I guess the part of my question is, on average, probably that other hospital in Oklahoma gets, a certain amount overall for this number of gallbladder surgeries versus the other one. So I guess what I'm asking is, does it really save money overall, or is it just that it's impossible to tell whether it saves any money because of the way healthcare billing is, which is a nightmare?
It's hard to tell. The most of the data that I saw, and I don't have it in front of me, did show that it was significantly less, but relative to what? As you point out, sometimes this is a listed price, but insurance does this, and there's depending upon what your insurance is. So maybe sometimes it's more expensive, maybe sometimes it's less expensive. But for those people who are self-insured, what it does is it brings transparency and predictability. And so you at least, there's no guesswork. It is what it is, and it can be very attractive for those people. And they assume all the cost. They assume all the risk as well. So if there is follow-up care that you have to, engage in say another hospital, they would cover that. Now, how that would happen here, I don't know. That's not covered in this bill. As I said, this bill is just laying the groundwork, and whatever comes in, comes in. That's just an example because that's the one that's really out there.
So my second sort of a follow-up, would you be willing to put some kind of limit on this bill until we see what happens? So either have it effective for X years, so if all of a sudden we're seeing huge influx of people, you can say, okay, no, we're not going to continue this because obviously it's been disaster, or it's been great, so we're going to continue it, or some other form of limit, so that if it's going off the rails and adversely affecting healthcare in New Hampshire, there's a limit.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a runaway speed train, and so if for that reason, I think we're going to be executing it today, but I would certainly be willing to have those conversations with you, and if it does pass, carry that over to the Senate, because I am looking for a way to kind of push this through and address some of those concerns. So yes, Representative Palmer, if this was to pass the House, which I think it would do, any input that you would have that would help me calm some of the fears as I move it over, I'm looking for that. Like, I don't believe it's going to be a freight train. Some people may think so. So depending upon how we dispose of this bill in the House, I'd be more than happy to talk to you.
Representative Tellez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I have two parts. So the first part is just to clearly understand, is all this language the exact same language that exists for like existing hospitals?
Yeah, this is taken out of the facilities licensure part of the law, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I'm just sort of thinking through, it seems like you're talking about potentially like a direct primary care, which might just be a medical practice, or potentially, you mentioned a surgical center, or potentially a hospital. And so, sort of adding on to Bill's comment, like, I think that the potential for what might ensue is very different. And so, for example, with a hospital, would it be accredited the same way, like Joint Commission or someone like that? You mentioned here online, the top of page 3, the second line, the first and second line, you know, patients shall be fully informed in writing in language that the patient can understand. I mean, there are civil rights laws that require interpretation and translated documents for everybody in all healthcare settings. Like, are all the usual laws going to be complied with, I guess is my question.
So, first, you know, in terms of scope. So I think where this is going to land is, you know, if you want to have additional diagnostic services tied to your direct primary care, an ambulatory center, maybe obviously a surgical center. We talked about the Surgical Center of Oklahoma. So that's kind of, I think, where the vision goes. As I said, we said no to nursing homes. We said no to intermediate care facilities. We said no to skilled nursing facilities because of the concerns, you know, brought up by others. So that's, I hope that kind of gives you a feel for what the scope is. In terms of the rights of patients, they did have to go back and to the Patient Bill of Rights to make one modification, which was obviously if you're a patient at one of these facilities, you do not have a right to the all-payer model. So our existing Patient Bill of Rights says that, you know, you have the right to pay in whatever form you want. So that's the only part of the Patient Bill of Rights that was altered, that basically says if you're utilizing services at these facilities, obviously they're a direct pay facility, so you don't have the right to the all-payer provision. But all the other aspects of the Patient Bill of Rights are preserved.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe next up, I guess Kate Horgan and Jim Monahan, you wanted to testify together? New Hampshire, we appreciate that. New Hampshire Association of Counties.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan, and with me is Jim Monahan from the DuPont Group, and we represent the New Hampshire Association of Counties. So we thought it might be helpful if we gave the committee a little bit of history around the bed moratorium, because not everyone's familiar, and Jim happened to be there when they put the bed moratorium into place, so I will turn it over to him.
Yeah, I should say I was 11 years old when that happened. So, yeah, but I should say I would like to start off by thanking Representative McLean for bringing the amendment in. We're just seeing it today and addresses some of the concerns of the county and the county nursing homes, but as you'll hear, there are still some remaining concerns. I see that Representative Caulfield is here taking good notes, but we spent some time this summer in this room dealing with there was a study committee that was looking at managed care in this environment. And ultimately, I think the final report of that committee was very focused on the need to strengthen the community-based, home and community-based network of providers, so that as demographically New Hampshire ages and more people need services, that we're supporting, putting more emphasis on the home and community-based care. That is the right way to go, but it's not new. Back in, I believe it was 1998, when the first concept was created where we would seek a waiver so that those who qualified for nursing home care could be cared for in the community. The whole concept there was that we wanted to use market forces to build that network. And it built slow. But what was important there was that we put a stop to creating new nursing home beds so that as more people aged into the system, the market signals would be there for them to get services through the community. And it has worked pretty well. As I said, it was slow. The numbers here aren't exactly right, but the scale is close, where the moratorium has limited the number of beds to about 7,000, I believe, with about 4,500 to 5,000 of those on average year-over-year being Medicaid beds. And we started off with 0 folks in home and community-based care, but now we're at about parity. So we're seeing that as the more people fall into the need for nursing home care, the home community-based system is growing. So that system that was created more than 20 years ago works, and it is working now, but more importantly, needs to work moving forward. So that's why the county governments who operate, as you all know, 11 nursing homes in the state are very concerned when the bed moratorium is tinkered with, because we're really tinkering with that balance, that rebalancing of the system that we're trying to undertake. So to that measure, I think the first part of the amendment from Representative McLean reflects that and is helpful. The other component, though, that, and Kate will talk about what's in the letter from the New Hampshire Association of Counties, much of it continues to reflect concerns we have with the bill, is you all go to your, I don't know if anybody here is on your nursing home subcommittee at the county level, but part of the payer mix for the county nursing homes, not all of them, but most of them, include revenue associated with rehabilitative services. And so the nursing homes are able to provide those rehabilitative services and receive, the payments for that, which help balance the fact that the Medicaid payments are below cost. So we lose money on the Medicaid patients, but there's some payer mix balance there with the rehabilitative services. In addition to that, it really makes sense for folks that are discharged from a hospital that go to a nursing home that need rehab services, don't get ambulanced across the state or across town. It can all kind of take place in one location. And so when the original nursing home moratorium was created, it also included rehabilitation beds so that we maintain the strength of the rehab community at nursing homes. And so we'll lean in a little more closely on Representative McLean's amendment, but it would appear to still disrupt the moratorium on rehabilitation beds, which will have a negative impact on the patient care at one facility whenever possible, and payer mix at the county nursing home level. So those are some of our historic perspectives on this, a little bit of reflection on Representative McLean's bill, but then Kate will explain to you the more detailed letter of testimony that the association presented to you this afternoon.
Thank you. Can I? Thank you. And I will be very quick, Representative. So we just want the committee to make sure that they are considering that counties, you all sit on your county delegations, you all hear about the county cap and how much the county cap costs and how much is your county putting in versus someone else. We want to make sure that we aren't repealing that moratorium to increase the number of beds that would then increase the number of Medicaid beds that we're paying for people who could be at home, but now maybe going to this private facility, which puts more pressure on the privates, which ultimately puts more pressure on the counties, because it's not just one thing, right? It's a system that works together and it has a lot of parts. So ensuring that bed moratorium keeps that cap in place and reduces ultimately county taxpayers, because that is who is paying the county cap. We also want to make sure that we aren't encouraging dumping with people paying only for private and then, you run out of money, you've got X amount of days to get out, and the counties are often the facility of last resort, right? we're taking the sickest of the sick, the poorest of the poor. And if those people are coming in sicker and poor, those are higher expenses for the county nursing homes. Jim talked about the community-based care, so I will skip that. So we're happy to take any questions, but that'll conclude our testimony.
Okay, thank you. Representative Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this legislation specifically excludes nursing homes and rehabilitation facilities. So can you expand on how that affects you?
Sure. So the bill as introduced includes nursing homes and rehabilitative facilities. It does not exclude them. The amendment that Representative McLean passed out is the language that we discussed with him last year. I am 90% sure, but it was a year ago, so forgive me if it's slightly off. I did flip it to a nursing home administrator, Administrator Russ, because he helped us write it. And I know it's very confusing because there are a lot of double negatives in this bill, but the amendment would be vital to protecting the nursing home piece.
Representative Weber.
And just as a follow-up, so as I'm reading it with the amendment, it's much more clear because it's not a triple negative that this whole thing doesn't apply to nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities, or intermediate care facilities. But it does actually apply. The moratorium is gone for rehabilitative facilities. And the issue there is that nursing homes offer rehabilitative short-term stays, not long-term. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
That's my read of it as well, Representative.
Okay.
But obviously, Kate and I have had this for 40 minutes, so we didn't want to just rely on the fact that the amendment is presented. We're urging you to, when you act on the bill, take into account this concern. Does the amendment fix it or not?
Yeah.
Is something that we're still trying to figure out.
Thank you.
Representative Polazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Help me if I understand situation correctly. So, as far as I understand, the waiting list to get to nursing home, at least in my county, and do I understand correctly that situation is if there's no bed, then the government can deny person and save money that way, but if we will create more beds, then we will have to pay.
I think I understand the question, Representative, and if I don't, please correct me. So our concern is that if you were to open one of these private facilities, private pay patients, people who can pay, will go there. They won't go to a current private nursing home, or they won't go to the county facility. So that means that all the money that would normally go into the private nursing homes or the current county facilities is no longer going there because there are these new beds that have opened up. And so if that happens, that puts more pressure on the cap because the amount of Medicaid beds and people who are receiving Medicaid in either the county private nursing home or even at home community-based care, because the cap includes that as well, would be more expensive because they have a higher need of care.
Anyone else? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Jared Rhodes from the Center for Modern Health. Make sure you put the microphone on. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jared Rhodes. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Modern Health. which is a health policy think tank located in New Hampshire. I also teach health policy at Dartmouth, but I'm not here on their behalf today. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 1562. I think it is a much needed common sense reform. It's a relatively minor change, yet it would expand patient choice and encourage innovation in healthcare delivery by removing regulatory barriers that were, I think, never designed for the kinds of models that we are now seeing emerge elsewhere. HB 1562 addresses a specific and growing category of care, which is direct pay healthcare facilities. These facilities do not bill health insurance. They do not participate in public reimbursement programs. They only take cash, hence the name, direct pay. New Hampshire already has this method of, that has this model for primary care. It's called direct primary care, or DPC, and we've heard about that today. At present, there are only about 15 to 20 of these practices in the state. The DPC is it's a popular model among those who use it, but it's not terribly disruptive to those who don't want to use it or participate in it. Many patients find it makes healthcare simpler, more affordable, and more personal. We don't, however, readily have the same kind of model for other types of facilities and other practices, and that is primarily due to the regulation that we're talking about today. It's the regulation that's in place that forces facilities to accept all payers. HB 1562 would make it possible for the direct pay model to be used in these other types of care and services. We could have direct pay ambulatory surgical centers. We could have direct pay diagnostic and imaging centers. We could have direct pay specialty care clinics instead of just the primary care. For New Hampshire residents, this would mean increased choice and access, as well as lower costs and better price transparency. For example, with direct pay ambulatory surgical centers, like we heard about today, patients would be able to get predictable bundled prices for common procedures. Typically, we're talking about things like hernia repairs and cataracts, orthopedic scopes, endoscopy. In other states, these facilities often operate at a fraction of hospital prices and at the same quality level. At the Direct Pay Surgery Center of Oklahoma that we heard about already, just to give a concrete example, laparoscopic gallbladder removal costs exactly $6,836 cash, whereas the same procedure typically exceeds $20,000 elsewhere using insurance. I also mentioned the example of direct pay diagnostic and imaging centers. In other states, these imaging centers charge a few $100s for imaging instead of thousands of dollars because operating outside of the third-party payer system, they're able to avoid insurance billing complexity. I'll wrap up with just an analogy, if that's okay. If it's not clear why why the all-payer requirement prevents these models from flourishing, let me offer this analogy. So imagine as it is in the case of New Hampshire, we have farmers markets, right? And imagine that these things are legal, but in addition to accepting cash, we have a rule that says that every vendor is legally required to accept credit cards and EBT cards and insurance and reimbursements from contracts from national providers and national chains. Technically, customers could still use cash, right, in this system at the farmers market, but the whole point of the farmers market is that it avoids all of this extra infrastructure, and that's something that helps to keep prices down, just this very direct transaction. And so if you were to require all of that in a farmers market, you kind of lose the benefit of that whole model, and the same would be true in healthcare. So just to wrap up, I would say HB 1562, I think it would expand access, make healthcare more affordable, and give patients more control over their health journey. And for those reasons, I support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Profile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So we heard someone asked the bill sponsor about other examples. Surgery Center of Oklahoma is held up as the poster child. Can you speak to other examples where this model has been effective, has increased choice, and the impact on quality?
Yeah. So the reason the Surgery Center of Oklahoma keeps coming up because they were really the pioneers in this, and they've been around the longest, so they sort of provide the best example. Also, their founders have been very vocal and very transparent about how their model works. And one of their founders is Keith Smith. He's an anesthesiologist. He and some colleagues founded that, and they've gone around explaining here are our prices. We're not hiding anything. This is exactly what we do. These are our stories, and so that's the most well known. In recent years, there actually are a few others that kind of do a similar thing. I think there's one in Tennessee, there's one in Texas, and I think there's one in Washington as well, like the Pacific Care, I think it's called. I'm not as familiar with those because they haven't published like their case studies. They haven't done the sort of I guess advocacy, and they haven't talked about how their models have worked. But so they do exist. But to repeat what Representative McLean said, it's harder to get data on those. I think in time we'll get more information from these other examples, and I mean they seem to be doing well as far as I can tell.
Follow up. Thank you. So as to quality and patient experience, can you speak to things like wait times, infection rates, patient satisfaction, other metrics that indicate the quality of the care and the quality of the experience?
Right, sure. Great question. It's kind of, again, sort of an N of one example here that we're dealing with. But on self-reported metrics, Surgery Center of Oklahoma is if they're the example, I mean, their service, the fact that they've been in business for so long is sort of evidence of the success there. And the things that they report in terms of infection rates and that sort of thing are all as good or better than what you would expect anywhere else. Yeah.
Anyone else? Representative Palmer.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So one other concern I have is related to like a surgery center opening up near a hospital. And so the example I know of was, this was not direct pay, but in the 90s, the surgeons at Valley Regional Hospital got upset, legitimately so, with the administration and started a surgery center across the street, which nearly killed the hospital. And it's taken them like 20 plus years to get back to where they are. Now, the quality was great. It was the same people. They did a great job. No question about that. But, and in that case, they were all part of that hospital staff. And so when one of their patients would end up in the ER post-operatively, they would take care of it. But with these independent centers, if they're not open 24/7 and their patients end up somewhere, how is that taken care of, and how is it covered? I mean, obviously, if they end up in an ER, the ER is going to take care of them, but now that patient, how is that paid for? Are the facilities surgeons on call to help manage that care?
Yeah. Let me respond to that, and hopefully I can get to the essence of that. So in that particular example, and I don't know the details of that example, but going off of what you just described, it sounds like they were, it was more of a similar like head-to-head competitor there, where somebody branched off and then was offering the same kind of service, but critically they're accepting the same kind of payment, right? So it's more of like an actual competition with the original.
Right, and I'm sorry, I made that more convoluted. My real question was, what happens to the patient who has a procedure at these centers and then develops a problem and ends up in another ER? How is that covered, both medically and financially through these systems?
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's a different question. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, so most of the cases of these kinds of like ambulatory surgery centers, they actually build in a kind of guarantee with their services. And so if you have which is unusual actually, you don't see that in other kind of like reimbursement based systems. They will say if you develop a problem down the road and it has some kind of connection to the surgery that you and the procedure that you had with us, come on back, and that's usually included in the bundle price. And so that gives the people the incentive to go back to them. Now, I guess in this example that you're asking about, like, what if they go someplace else? Well, if they go someplace else, they might have insurance, in which case they're kind of treated like anybody else, and they could use that insurance. That one thing that might get lost in this discussion of this bill is that you can, if there is a cash only surgery center, you can use it if you have insurance or not. You might have insurance and still want to go there because it's a good deal. It's, you're looking at your deductible and doing the mental math and everything, and it still makes sense to go there because the price is that much better. So you could still be an insured person, or you might be one of the people who doesn't have insurance, and so that's the reason that you're going to it as well. So it doesn't. I don't see like a unique problem out of the scenario that you're raising, which is a good question.
Anyone else? Oh, Representative Lucas.
If I could just follow up on Rep. Palmer's question, the concept of "come on back, we'll take care of you no matter what."
Yeah.
Does that include the middle of the night, weekends, holidays?
Probably not, in all honesty, because they're not. These are not usually 24/7 kinds of. An ambulatory surgery center is not open around the clock and everything. So they might go someplace else, and then they're using the insurance that they would have used if their journey had started somewhere else, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative Weber.
And just one final question in that thread. There's nothing in this bill that requires them to have the come on back provision. That's something that would be negotiated, or they would set their parameters and then the patient decides whether they want to go there or not.
Right. Yep. Typically they find it's a good, it's a good thing to include in your product, right? It's like a service guarantee. It's a marketing, it's a way it's a way of overcoming any skepticism. Some people might be skeptical of the model, and they say, well, how is it possible that you can offer the surgery for half the price if it's if it's just as good, right? And they might be skeptical of that, so the guarantee helps bridge that.
No one else? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Bob Dunn from the Diocese of Manchester, representing Catholic Charities of New Hampshire. You've asked for 5 minutes. If you keep it to 3, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn from the Diocese of Manchester. I'm the Public Policy Director, and I'm here today on behalf of Catholic Charities New Hampshire, which is the which is the largest non-governmental provider of nursing home services in New Hampshire. We have 6 nursing homes. Jim Monahan and I have been working on nursing home related issues going back to the late 90s, and it strikes me as no coincidence that Jim and I have the whitest hair in this room right now. And most of mine have House Bill 1 written on them. But I want to thank Representative McLean for all the efforts that he's made both last year and this year in trying to make this palatable on the nursing home side, but it just isn't really there right now. And I think that the real problem is that I read the bill the same way that Representative Weber does, that rehab is still included. And you need to think about nursing home funding as a 3-legged stool. Medicaid is obviously the lifeblood because most of the people in nursing homes are on Medicaid. But as you know, Medicaid is chronically underfunded, and it has always been. So the nursing homes need to turn to the other 2 legs of the stool. One is rehab, as you just heard from Jim and Kate. The second, or the 3rd leg of the stool, is private pay. And those are the minority of people, but the nursing homes can set those private pay rates for those folks at whatever they want. And so because of the tenuousness of the system, if you knock out one or both of those legs, which I think there is a danger that this Section 1 of this bill would do, the unintended consequences would be very negative for the nursing home system in this state. I would absolutely be in favor of looking at the way that reimbursement is done here. The reimbursement system goes back to 1998. It's almost 30 years old. It needs to be looked at in a comprehensive way rather than just taking this one piece that has been part of the structure that has grown up over the course of the decades. But unfortunately, this bill doesn't quite get there, and so from a nursing home perspective, it would be a problem. The last thing I would just like to say, too, is that nursing homes are operating in as far from a free market environment as you could possibly get, because the state decides how much money can be spent on Medicaid. The department decides how much the nursing homes can charge the people that are in those nursing homes, or at least the ones on Medicaid. If a free market model were applied to nursing homes could not possibly compete against private, well-financed competitors that don't operate under the strictures that the state of New Hampshire itself has laid on the nursing homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So what's the worst case scenario? My understanding is concern is there will be some competition for private pay and those paying for rehab, so there will be less non-Medicaid income coming to nursing homes. So in case of like county nursing home, probably we would need like to raise county taxes, I don't know, 5% or how much to in the worst case scenario. But in cases of 6 nursing homes that Catholic charities oversee, what the worst case scenario happens if you will lose some of those paying rehab patients?
I don't want to be a sky is falling sort of person, but worst case scenario is that they can't afford to continue to stay in operation because they can't get their funding to come to a sufficient level. The other problem is staffing, because the idea behind this bill is that there would be new facilities that would get created, and the beds in those facilities obviously need to be staffed by nurses, etc. We already, as you know from your service on the delegations, are in a real staffing crisis. And so nursing homes have had to spend more and more to try to get people to serve those beds. Now we're talking about, at least I think the concept here from the nursing home perspective would be to allow for more facilities to be created, but that exacerbates the staffing problem that we've got. So, that's another aspect of it. I think that from the Catholic Charities perspective, and I think this would probably be shared by all of the other private facilities and probably the counties as well, there are a lot of very negative consequences that could happen. I'm not saying that it would be system-wide necessarily, but it would certainly be in the neighborhood of where these facilities might, or a facility might get created. And then, that has a negative impact on the residents of those nursing homes, right? The ones that are in the facility that is down the road from one of these new rehab places. So the folks go over there, staff goes over there, and then now what? So I just think that we need to think in that kind of granular way, and when we think about pieces of legislation like this, as well-intentioned as a bill like this is, but there are lots of problems that could exist down the road.
Other questions? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I just want to confirm the language of the current one that we're looking at says any facility that is not a nursing home, skilled facility, or intermediate care facility. You don't think that qualifies, or I just want to make sure I understand that.
Yeah, as I read this, and I may be wrong about this, but I think I'm right because Representative Weber, I think, read it the same way. So I know there's at least one other person in the room that is reading it like me. But so the introduction on line 7, it says this moratorium shall not apply. The next sentence is that double negative, right? So a facility that is not a nursing home. So I think as I read that, take out the double negative, this moratorium shall apply to any facility that is a nursing home, skilled nursing facility, or ICF. And then let's go to section B. This moratorium shall not apply to any rehab facility, et cetera, that operates on a membership-based business model, et cetera. So the negative is not there like it is in A, which means that as I read it, that the moratorium shall not apply to rehabilitation facilities. And that's the leg of the stool, along with the private pay, that concerns us.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Greg Moore from Americans for Prosperity. And again, if you could keep it closer to 3 minutes, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. For the record, my name is Greg Moore. I'm a regional director for Americans for Prosperity, where I also oversee the national healthcare portfolio. Here today to testify in support of House Bill 1562, legislation that would legalize direct pay healthcare facilities. As just to be clear, under current state law, it would be illegal to open a direct pay healthcare facility. We think this is important in terms of providing another more affordable option to patients across the state, giving people the opportunity to select a facility that doesn't have the massive overhang of both third-party payment and secondarily the compliance costs with a lot of government programs like Medicare and Medicaid. Understand that facilities like this are going to be working with the wind in their face, in large part because when you're taking direct pay only, you're probably setting yourself away from about 85 to 90% of the dollars in healthcare, which are all locked up within either government health or private health insurance. So you're talking about people who are operating from a very small group. And I think that's important because I think from a clarity standpoint, there's no hospitals that are going to be opening in the state of New Hampshire with the direct pay only. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to have a hospital that's opening, and hospital license meaning people staying overnight. I think it is important to understand that the type of facilities you would be looking at, largely labs, you're looking at medical imaging, maybe a clinic here and there, and potentially, as I would joke around with Honorable Jerry Nurk, one cranky GI doc who's going to open a colonoscopy shop. But I do think that there's a couple things I want to touch on in my testimony, because this is a bill that's passed the House 3 times in the last 4 years. So I don't want to add anything that's you guys have heard already 5 times. First point is something I didn't mention in House Bill 548 is a little bit of the history of this. The legislation that we're talking about was introduced in Senate Bill 481 in 2016, sometimes called the Son of Con Bill. And I think it's important to understand a snapshot of what happened at that point in time. At that point in time, the ACA was in full effect, including what they call the individual mandate. And so the idea of people paying costs out of their own pocket was not really particularly viable. Obviously, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 phased it out starting in 2019. And this committee, as well as the House and Senate of the state, passed a direct primary care law in 2019, as soon as the individual mandate was phased out. So this was built for an environment. The language that this bill is touching is built for an environment that does not exist anymore. That environment has changed dramatically. And when the federal law makes its changes, I think it's important for state law to follow suit as well. last point I want to make very quickly is changes in federal law that have taken place since you heard House Bill 548. There were two significant changes in the OBBBA that took place. One of which is allowing for HSAs and bronze level plans on the ACA exchange. And the second change is allowing people to pay for direct primary care out of their HSAs, meaning you can use pre-tax dollars to pay for direct primary care. And those significant changes are leading people more down the direct pay pathway, which means that there are more and more people who will be looking for alternatives like the ones that are proposed in House Bill 1562. And I understand I'm standing between you and your exec session, so I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So previously we heard concerns about rehab patients and potential financial loss for various nursing homes. So do you believe it's a legitimate concern, and would you still support this bill if it would lead for counties to increase our taxes maybe 1 or 2%?
So what I would say is, having talked to the sponsor, who has been pretty dogged in his determination on this bill, is that he never intended this legislation to include long-term care facilities. That was never the intent. And I think he's working diligently and with his amendment to try to bring more clarity to the fact that he was not intending to touch long-term care facilities. To the extent of prior speakers who spoke, it's the long-term care system in New Hampshire is kind of like a Rube Goldberg matrix. It's if you touch something here, something else blows up over here. And I think it's really important to understand that that whole process is one that has to be done with great care because of all the intricacies that have taken place, including the moratorium for nearly 30 years on building new long-term care facility beds, and as well as the whole financing mechanism. I think that the sponsor's right, that we probably don't want to be touching the long-term care. I think a lot of people have shared that concern, and I agree with that concern. So I think, and again, perhaps I think taking some time to review the amendment to make sure it does achieve the sponsor's goals and addresses the concerns of some of the folks in the long-term care community, I think it makes a lot of sense. So I would just say, I think everyone's on the same page in terms of what they want to accomplish in terms of not doing any damage to the long-term care system in the state of New Hampshire.
Other questions? Seeing no other questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Weber.
I thought it was off the hot seat.
Well, I only just thought of it. So I recognize, and you may not want to answer this, but we don't do last licks in this committee, or any committee. Wouldn't, with respect to the issues faced by the nursing homes, wouldn't the simple fix be to simply take the rehabilitation facilities out of the exemption to the moratorium, and let it be other facilities other than rehabilitation ones?
Boy, I'm trying to answer this in less than an hour. Yes, okay. I think that leaving the long-term care components out of this legislation would be wise. It's just an incredibly complicated system. I think the sponsor thinks he did that. So I think that getting some more clarity about exactly what the language accomplishes would be probably worth the committee's attention. But I definitely think that the opportunity that this bill represents for the state, even if it's small, again, there's just a narrow window of people to whom this would apply. But giving them that opportunity to do that is definitely worth making sure that you get the language done right.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Ben Bradley from the New Hampshire Hospital Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Ben Bradley. I work for the New Hampshire Hospital Association. Hospital Association is opposed to HB 1562. We have concerns that the bill could impede access to services if a healthcare facility is not required to provide its services to all people, regardless of their ability to pay. Treating all people in this way has been a fundamental principle of licensed facilities in our healthcare system. The bill bifurcates healthcare in New Hampshire into two classes of patients and sets up a regulatory framework that treats facilities differently based on whether a patient direct pays. It also appears that facilities licensed with a membership-based business model would not have to follow CMS conditions of participation, which include important patient safety and quality requirements. The way we read the bill, a healthcare facility licensed as a membership-based business model could refuse to treat individuals based on the individual's inability to pay a membership fee or pay directly out of pocket. In doing so, those patients would then have to seek care at a licensed facility that does not discriminate based on a patient's ability to pay, leaving the facility to assume any costs for uncompensated care. These are principles that we've expressed for many years as this bill has come up before, so I won't go on any further on that front. Additionally, the bill establishes a separate patient Bill of Rights statute, which the sponsor did allude to and suggested there was one change. However, I've identified several changes in my testimony that I think are worthy of the committee's attention. By setting up a separate patient Bill of Rights, it would create two different rights, which would be confusing for patients seeking care at facilities that offer the same or similar services. And I go into detail subsequently on the several areas where there are differences in this new patient Bill of Rights. In particular, Roman 20, the patient shall not be denied admission to the facility based on Medicaid as a source of payment when there is available space in the facility. Roman 22, the patient shall not be denied admission, care, or services based solely on the patient's vaccination status. That is not included in the new patient Bill of Rights. And Roman 23, which is relative to all the rights that are afforded to patients in the existing patient Bill of Rights for them to have a visitor. It may be worthwhile for the committee to also consider the impact of this bill on health insurance coverage to find out whether payments made to membership-based facilities count towards a plan deductible, or whether there are other complications for how these facilities interface with insurance coverage. As noted, somebody might maintain insurance coverage and still attend one of these facilities for services, yet it's unclear what those payments would go towards in the plan. And if I may just briefly, I want to highlight a couple of other scenarios. I do echo other sentiments about the nursing home facilities and the skilled facilities and the impact this would have on them. Same impact would be on hospitals and other existing care providers that are required to take all payers. So seeking an exemption for them, in our mind, justifies why this is an importantly difficult bill for others who are providing care in the community. Another scenario, a patient has complications at one of these facilities, as noted before. What are the expectations of this facility to take care of the patient through the course of treatment, through the course of care for the services that are being provided? As Representative Weber pointed out, there's nothing in the bill that ensures that provider is going to maintain their commitment to serving the best interests of those patients throughout their care. Additionally, if you went in,
wrapping up, please.
Of course, if you went in for one service, service X, but something else was found during that service, but you only paid for service X, service Y, or what had been found couldn't be addressed, or they may deny addressing that care until you come back and pay another amount for that service. So I just share this as some perspective on how complex this is really going to become. There are dozens of facilities, not just hospitals, not just surgical centers, but dozens of facilities licensed by the state of New Hampshire that would then become eligible for a membership-based model. Potentially maternity units or delivery centers and others of the like. I'm happy to go into further detail with questions, but appreciate the committee's attention to these concerns as you have in the past.
Okay, thank you. Representative Blazoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In previous testimonies, we heard that in Oklahoma, similar model was able to provide patients prices that sometimes 3 times less, sometimes 10 times lower than in a regular system. So are you aware of any negative consequences for hospital system in Oklahoma?
I don't know about the situation in Oklahoma. It's not something that I've studied. I will say on 2 fronts around price transparency, hospitals are required by federal law under the No Surprises Act to provide a good faith estimate of what a service is going to be provided. Service provided is going to cost them, and there are specific regulatory framework around what that is, the time frame that that needs to be issued. If something is charged more, the patient can come back and share, their concern about what they were quoted versus what the actual cost was. The second area that I want to mention is to follow up on what I think Representative Lucas had pointed out, which is even though your out-of-pocket cost for a listed price at a membership-based model might appear to be less than what the hospital charges, your actual out-of-pocket, if you have insurance, may be less than the listed price that's on the membership-based model schedule, if you will. So again, very complicated pricing, very complicated effect on what the actual impact is going to be on patients. And when you do pay that membership fee or that membership cost for the service provided, how is it interfacing with your existing insurance coverage? If you expect that it's going to go towards your deductible or go towards your cost share or go towards your copay, and your insurance company says, we don't cover that. We hear this all the time from patients reaching out, just trying to say, what's going on with our coverage? I thought I was covered. Well, you're not. So I think it's just an important element that when you move down this road, you really have to think through what the potential unintended consequences could be. Thanks for the question.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No one else has signed up to testify on HB 1562 FN. Does anyone else wish to testify? Seeing no one, I am going to close the public hearing on HB 1562 FN. We will be recessing until 2:30, at which time we will be going into executive session. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now going to go into executive session on several bills that have been noticed for today. The first one will be HB 1584FN. Representative Polazov, I believe you have a motion on an amendment, I believe.
I offer an amendment 0324H to House Bill 1584.
Okay, and Representative McGrath?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Polazov?
Yes, this amendment only distributed to members does two things. So first, it changes section 3. So I appreciate the intention of bill sponsors to make some penalties. So
yes,
the bill would be followed, but our current state does not is not perfect to create some new penalties. So instead, the proposed language in the amendment gives more oversight and reporting requirements to the department, and also connects it to existing disciplinary or corrective action under RSA 21-I. And second thing that this amendment does, it deletes section 4, annual compliance report, because as we heard, this bill potentially can have fiscal impact, and this proposed annual compliance report was cited as the major reason for that fiscal impact. So deleting it helps with saving some tax money, and also.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
your microphone is on.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm having trouble following along, and I've lost the plot here.
Okay, do you have a copy of the amendment?
This is amendment 0323, because I have 0324.
I have 0324. Yeah.
And 0324 has the compliance piece, but I don't think it has a reporting piece.
And is it 23 by Representative Polazov? Or?
I don't have any 0323. I have a 023
That's the only one there is.
0324 from
Right,
Representative Palazzo.
Exactly.
But I thought he was discussing a compliance reporting requirement in section 4. Oh, I see. It's deleting those. I got it. Thank you very much, and I apologize for that.
Sorry, my microphone was off. On line 9 of this amendment, it says amend the bill by deleting section 4. And section 4 was mandating this annual compliance report.
Gotcha.
And I'm done with introducing this amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Representative Weber.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the explanation about the deletion, which had escaped me entirely. You know, I don't pay as much attention as I should to those little after things. And I appreciate the deletion on behalf of DHHS, but I don't think that adding in the provisions that are in sections 2 through 7 actually help get me any further forward to agreeing to this particular piece of legislation. So,
okay. Any other discussion? I'm seeing no other discussion. The clerk is ready. I'll ask that she call the roll. So the motion, Representative Polazov, is ought to pass, I'm assuming, on
yes,
amendment 2026
No, 0324.
Well, 2026-0324H. Yes. You got to get the year in here. Make sure we know what year it is. You know?
Okay.
thank you very much.
Representative Mazar, Yes. Representative McLean,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kofa,
Yes.
Representative Polozzo,
Yes.
Representative Brew,
Yes.
Representative Markel. Guyson. Oh, Guyson, excuse me.
Yes.
Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
No.
Representative McKay.
It's Representative
I'm sorry.
Schultz, not a
Okay,
problem.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Woods,
No.
Representative Palmer, Representative Tejas,
No.
Representative
Juris.
Jairus. Thank you.
No.
No. Representative Hartnett
No.
and Representative Lucas.
No.
And
Oh, excuse me, and Representative McDonald.
yes.
Goodness. Just be ready for more of that.
I move it.
4, 5. And the vote is 10-8, and the motion passes.
Okay, Representative Plaza, if you have another motion?
I move to pass as amendment on House Bill 1584 FN.
And Representative McGrath?
Second that amendment. I mean
Okay.
that bill.
Okay, any other discussion from either of you on your motions?
Yes, I would just like to say that this is a simple bill. People are protected under the law to have medical and religious exemptions, and this basically just makes sure that they are aware of them by posting that those rights that they have. So it's just a simple bill.
Representative Plaza, do you have anything to add? Any other discussion? Representative Weber?
I would just say that this is similar to a bill that I believe was vetoed by the governor, and so I have all the same objections to it that I had before, which I won't bore any of you because I'm sure you can all recite them. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk is ready. Motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1584.
Okay. Representative Mazur,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative DeLamus votes yes. Representative Kofa,
Yes.
Representative Polozov,
Yes.
Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative, and it's not Markel. Guyson, thank you. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Yes.
I'll write that down. Okay. Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Woods,
No.
and Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Tejas,
No.
and Representative Juris,
No.
and Representative Hartnett,
No.
Representative Lucas,
No.
and Representative McDonald.
Yes.
And the vote is 10-8, and the motion passes.
Thank you. Representative Plaza, if you'll do the majority report on that, and
Having been instructed as to how the process works, there will be a minority report of ITL, and that will be done by Representative Lucas.
okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next one, 1719 FN. Representative Drew
I move to OTP HB 1719.
and Representative Mazur.
A second.
Okay, would you like to speak to your motion? Either of you.
Sure. This is very straightforward. It is my belief that the state should not mandate vaccines for children, and that recommendations is enough. This is a small step towards that, and I support it.
Okay. Representative Mazur, do you have any additional comments?
I concur.
Okay. Any other discussion? Representative Palmer.
you probably know which way I'm going to go on this, but I just wanted to point out that the following medical organizations, which represent the large bulk of primary care, infectious disease, OBGYN, all oppose this change. And so the American College of Physicians, the Infectious Disease Society, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Academy of Obstetrics and Gynecology all oppose this. So we're going against a lot of people with a lot of expertise.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Weber.
I just also wanted to add that the consequences of contracting hepatitis B are really staggeringly awful. And so we're looking at not only risking a quick disease that resolves itself, we're looking at something that could be life-changing and life-altering for the entire of one's existence. So.
Representative Mazur.
I'm just going to point out that this does not take this away from anyone. They still have the option to get this vaccine. It just removes it, as the bill mentions, from the schedule. So it's still out there. People can still get it. So the fear factor behind all of that is it's still available. No one's taking it away from anyone. They still have the option to get it.
Representative Woods.
Thank you. To that point, I think we've heard from the professional aspect. I think the numbers now close to 17 states have also taken the position that they no longer take that recommendation. We as individuals, as leaders, as parents, still do, as was pointed out by the representative, have that choice. But we as leaders have the additional responsibility to offer best practices and to let our constituents know what best practices are. And I think this is a step backwards.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Weber.
I just also want to point out that for somebody who has contracted a lifelong and debilitating disease, the payer of the cost for that disease may be Medicaid, and that's all of our tax dollars. And if that's avoidable, that's an issue.
Representative McGrath.
So just to reiterate what Rep. Mazur said, doctors can still encourage their patients to get this vaccine. The countries that don't follow our same schedule do not have increased rates of hepatitis B. So what is the risk that we're giving to every single tiny little baby getting this injection versus the benefits? So are there benefits? Absolutely. There may be, but there are also risks.
Representative McLean.
And I think, to Representative Wood's point, that physicians should be counseling their patients on best practice, absolutely. But there's a difference between counseling on best practice and mandating. That doesn't mean that we can't mandate, but it just means that in a free society, the bar for mandating has to be very, very high. And so I think, given where our informed consent laws, the practice of them is at this point in time, I actually think that this may have the unintended consequence of actually driving more meaningful discussions around vaccines, and I think that's a good thing.
Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to explain my vote in support for this bill in light of testimony that suggested that we might see again 20,000 of hepatitis B cases yearly, and if I would believe that it's a scientific number, I would not support this bill, but that number came from a research that was not done through proper observation, but rather through questionnaire, and moreover, that number was largely dependent on certain demographic, specifically Asian demographic, as it was a time when certain infected individuals were allowed from Vietnam. So I don't think it applies to our situation. Moreover, certain developed Western nations that do not have this vaccine mandated, they do not show a high rate of this disease. So I'm pretty safe in my support for this bill.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass on 1719 FN.
Representative Mazer,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative DeLamus, yes. Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Palazzo, Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative Guyson, good Lord. Yes. Thank you. Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring. Yes. Representative Weber.
No.
Representative Schultz.
Microphone isn't turning on. It's getting weird.
That's flashing.
Give it a minute, give it like 5 seconds, it'll turn red.
Too many people have their microphones on, so that's the problem.
Interesting, the people whose microphones are red are voting green and vice versa. There must be spirits in the room or something.
Subtle messaging. Subtle anti-messaging.
As long as you hear the vote, right? Representative Woods.
No.
Representative Palmer.
No.
Representative Tejas.
No.
Representative Juris.
No.
Representative Hartnett.
No.
And Representative Lucas.
No.
And?
And Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Thank you. I sense a theme here. The count is 10 to 8, and the motion passes.
Okay, and Representative Drew, you'll do the majority report. And
Representative Palmer will be giving an ITL report.
great, thank you. All right, next up is 1798 FN. Representative Kesselring.
Yes, I move in expedient to legislate.
And Representative Palazzo.
I second it.
And Representative Weber, I know you had a comment you wanted to offer. First of all, gentlemen, do you have any comments about your motion?
Yes, I do, actually. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to comment that after we heard the hearing, I toured a facility called our facility in Manchester, and they do diapers and all that stuff. And what I witnessed was a whole stock room full of diapers that aren't handed out to the community and that are available right now. I also found out that the Manchester Police Department has a program, and including other surrounding towns, that do, if you need diapers, formula, anything like that, you just call, and they will help you through their pantry program. So with this, I learned that there's just a ton of people out there already offering this as help if people need it, no questions asked. So that's what I did.
Representative Palazzo, do you have anything to add? I'm sorry, Representative Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the indulgence. I'm passing out, just so that you have it, and so that you know it's out there, an amendment which makes it clearer, as Representative Sorensen promised she would do, that this applies only to mothers who qualify for Medicaid, not the entire universe of children who qualify for Medicaid. And therefore, the fiscal note that you got is significantly higher than it would be if you were to adopt the amendment. So I'm going to pass those out just so people have them. But I will say with respect to the bill that although there are places set up to help people out, they don't help everybody. They aren't located everywhere. And I, as a non-parent and as somebody whose nephews and nieces are considerably older, had no concept of how expensive diapers were. And I'm very concerned about the consequences to a low-income family that's struggling anyway, and the potential for urinary tract infections and other things. I think this would be a very family-friendly way to give people more help than there currently is in the community, which is why the bill was brought. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Kesselring?
I just want to add something that I forgot to mention, if that's okay. The community program that I mentioned through the police and all that will actually deliver to the home. They actually have a person or different people that deliver all over the state, just so you know. Just want to add that.
Other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, the clerk is ready. I'll ask her to call the roll. I'm sorry. No, we're not.
The original was an ITL. I wanted you to, the chairman very kindly let me pass it out.
Thank you.
But unless we overcome the ITL, we won't be. Okay.
Okay, again, the motion is ITL on HB 1798 FN. And whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Representative Mazer,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative DeLamus, yes. Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Pelosi,
Yes.
Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative Guyson,
Yes.
Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Woods,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Tejas,
No.
Representative Juris,
No.
Representative Hartnett. No? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. And Representative Lucas.
No.
Okay.
And
Oh, and Representative McDonald. I'm going to highlight
Yes.
this one. Honest to goodness. I'll be dreaming about this tonight, right?
Got
The vote is 10-8, and the motion of ITL passes.
Okay, Representative Kesselring, you'll do the majority report? And Representative Weber, do you know who'll be doing the minority?
I'm going to be doing the minority report, and the minority report will be ought to pass with amendment 2026-02498, which then can be printed in the calendar because we'll put it in the reports.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, that's 1798. Next up is 1809 FN. And Representative Pelosi, if you have a motion.
I move for to pass.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
Representative Mazer seconds. Representative Pelosi, do you wish to speak to your motion?
So I think it's an important medication naturally occurring that can save lives. So it will be important to authorize medical use of psilocybin and establish a program within DHHS. So for these reasons, I support this bill.
Thank you. Representative Mazer, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Any other discussion? Now, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have from Representative Scher an amendment, but because the initial motion on the underlying bill is ought to pass, I'm sure that Representative Scher would be entirely delighted because I asked him if it passes without the amendment, so I won't be offering the amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, and the clerk is ready. Motion is ought to pass on 1809 FN.
Representative Mazer,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Copal?
Yes.
Representative Polizza?
Yes.
Representative Drew?
Yes.
Representative Guyson?
Yes.
Representative McGrath?
Yes.
Representative Kesselring?
Yes.
Representative Weber?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Woods?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
Representative Tejas?
Yes.
Representative Juris?
Yes.
Representative Hartnett?
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
And Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Well, that's 18. Motion passes with a unanimous 18 to 0.
Let's do the report.
Yuri, are you doing the, Representative Plaza, are you doing the report, majority report? Okay.
And I would move consent.
Representative Weber moves consent. Is there any objection?
No.
Okay. All right, moving on to 1720 FN. Representative McLean.
Mr. Chair, was what bill, Bill?
I'm sorry? 1720 FN.
Okay, 1720. So we heard testimony from the providers that
First of all, are you making a motion?
Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm going to make a motion of ought to pass.
I second.
Representative Mazer seconds. Now you may speak to your motion.
Okay, yeah. So we heard testimony from daycare providers that it's very competitive to get slots to get into a facility, and so if they knew that people that are of limited means had actually applied for the support, they know that about 90% of these applications are approved. That would be enough for them to hold the slot. And so the reason that I think that's important is because, if you come from a family where you're income challenged, it kind of levels the playing field a little bit, and it allows those people, those families, to get out into the workforce as well. So I think it was a reasonable bill, and I support it.
Okay, Representative Mazer, do you have anything to add?
I do.
Any other discussion? See no other discussion? Okay, keeping the clerk busy today. Whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Whoops.
Motion is ought to pass on HB 1720 FN.
Representative Mazer?
Yes.
Representative McLean?
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Copal?
Yes.
Representative Polizza?
Yes.
Representative Drew?
Yes.
Representative Guyson?
Yes.
Representative McGrath?
Yes.
Representative Kesselring?
Yes.
Representative Weber?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Woods?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
Representative Tejas?
Yes.
Representative Juris?
Yes.
Representative Hartnett?
Yay.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
And Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes with 18 votes to 0. Unanimous.
Representative McLean, you'll do the majority report on that?
Sir?
You'll do the committee report on that?
And I would move consent.
And Representative Weber moves consent. Now Representative Kesselring.
Just have a point of order question on this. Does the FN allow to go on consent because it has an FN?
Good point. Good point. The second committee.
I'm never clear. I thought that, but this is just me, so I'm not giving you a definitive answer. I thought that if it had an appropriation in it, it has to go on the regular calendar. But I think the answer may be, is this a second committee bill?
It is an early bill, yeah.
So it's going to somebody else.
Mrs. Grant, can you answer this for us? What Representative Weber said, you mean? Okay.
Right.
Representative Copal.
Yes, I believe the threshold is $10,000, and this one has a fiscal note in 2027 of $150,000 general funds and $100,000 federal funds. The 150,000 puts us above that threshold, so I do believe that it can't.
So
go
that
consent.
cannot be consent. What
Never
about the
mind.
other one, 1809 FN? Is that gonna be all right for consent? Yeah, yes, Representative Copal.
Thank you. So I was in a committee yesterday in which the question was asked, if we check with the clerk and it can go on consent, are there any objections to it going on consent? So I think in the interest of maximizing everyone's time, especially on session day, perhaps we could agree that there are no objections and double check with the clerk.
If we say consent and the clerk thinks it's wrong, they'll bounce it. So,
Leave it at
yeah.
consent?
Okay, so, okay, okay.
Okay.
And perhaps Mrs. Grant can give us an answer before we leave today. All right, so that's 1720 FN. Next up is 1755. I'm sorry. You have a question? 1755 FN is next. Representative McLean, I believe you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move interim study on HB 1755.
And I will second that motion. Do you wish to speak to your motion,
Yeah,
Representative?
I mean, I think we heard testimony that if you're a Medicaid patient, what this does, the discount actually goes back to Medicaid, and if you're an insured person, the hospital actually gets to keep the price delta, and they use that to reinvest in the hospital. Also, it's not taxpayer money. It's coming from the pharmaceutical company. So conceptually, I don't have any problem with this as it is. You know, Representative Kesselring in the public hearing brought up examples of where fraud was being actually pointed out. So I thought that the auditing was robust. Nevertheless, I think that there were enough concerns expressed by my colleagues around fraud that I'm not comfortable just going with the straight ITL. You know, we can kind of look at it to tease it out a little bit. So that's kind of where I am on the bill.
Okay, any other discussion? Representative Palazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to make a few points on why I think we need to continue discussion on this bill. So if you look at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services proposed budget for this fiscal year, oversight over this 340B program is moved away from HRSA to the Center of Medicare and Medical Services. So effectively, previous oversight was fired from this program, showing us that even on federal level, they are aware that oversight is not sufficient. We started discussion on how it affects taxpayers. So the problem is when government pays companies Medicare and Medicaid money in exchange for these 340B discounts, it affects everyone. Drug prices go up, Medicare and Medicaid become more expensive, and insurance rates go up. So it does affect taxpayers. So we focused in testimonies. There was a focus on certain or so critical access hospitals, and that was the initial goal of this program. But as I said, since then it grew dramatically. So now we have 200 other entities sitting on this program in New Hampshire, and we haven't heard what they do with those savings. So there are a lot to discuss, so I'm thinking for this motion.
Okay, Representative Weber.
Well, I having had some extensive explanation of both the program, its uses, and the checks and balances that are incredibly rigorous, I would prefer an ITL, but I think that everything is so complex that I am more than happy to vote for an interim study, so it will get whatever look makes people more comfortable with it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, when the clerk is ready, a motion is interim study on HB 1755 FN.
Representative Mazer,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Copal,
Yes.
Representative Pelosi,
Yes.
Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Tejas,
Yes.
Representative Juris,
Yes.
Representative Hartnett,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
and Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Another 18-0. Motion passes for interim study.
And because that would have no fiscal consequences whatsoever other than our mileage, I would move into consent.
Okay, is there any objection to consent?
Who's doing the report? Oh, we don't do that. No?
Yes, you do. It has to be, because it has to be voted on the House
Yeah,
floor.
we don't do it on retained bills.
Retained
Okay,
bills
so
stay in the
who's-
committee.
I'll do the
Mark-
committee report, sir.
Okay. All right, next up is 1763 FN, and Representative Hopewell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass and offer amendment 0193H.
Okay, and Representative McLean, I believe you have a,
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
okay, Representative Hopewell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we, the prime sponsor of the bill, revealed the fact that there are some challenges in New Hampshire with some of the organizations that are coming in and setting up group homes. It is not fully clear what the root cause of that is, and we think that there is perhaps one bad actor. But in any case, it is, I think, an issue that needs to be studied so that we can get to the bottom of it. As the prime sponsor pointed out, there are elements of the original bill that make that could potentially put us in violation of the Fair Housing Act. So I think making this a study committee instead is highly appropriate.
Okay, Representative Weber.
I just want to, because I have lost all control of my pieces of paper in front of me, is this the amendment that you passed out when we had the initial hearing?
Yes, it is.
It is. So with that, I will say that although we had some discussion about perhaps broadening the study committee, I was very much opposed to the underlying bill, but I don't object to a study. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. And there is a phrase, and I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but there is a phrase in the amendment that allows for a broader scope of study, all other causes or matters associated with the issue in question.
Thank you.
So this is not an OTP. This is.
It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
we are? Okay.
Mo-
Oh, with an
mo-
amendment, right, a
we're only
motion.
on the amendment right
We're
now.
on the amendment.
Right.
Got it.
Representative Hartnett.
Yeah, Representative Kofal, can I assume that means looking at operational issues, staffing, and the like in the amendment?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think that's exactly what this committee should be and will be focusing on, because those are some things I think that the prime sponsor may not have focused on initially, but became very clear in the study. And having spoken to the prime sponsor, I know that he's aware that this needs to address a broader range of issues, including operations.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand down there? Apparently not. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is ought to pass on amendment 2026-0193H. And when the clerk is ready, I will ask her to call the roll.
Representative Mazer,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Copal,
Yes.
Representative Pelosi,
Yes.
Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber, yes. Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Woods,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Tejas,
Yes.
Representative Juris,
Yes.
and Representative Hartnett,
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
And Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Wow, 18-0.
We're on a roll here.
We're on a roll.
Okay, Representative Kofal, do you have another motion?
I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1763.
And Representative McLean?
I second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready.
Pardon me, people. That's all right.
Take your turn.
All right,
I give the motions OTPA.
TPA.
Yeah.
And Representative Mazer.
Yes.
Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Delanus, yes. Representative Kofal.
Yes.
Representative Pelosi.
Yes.
Representative Drew.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative McGrath.
Yes.
Representative Kesselring.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Palmer.
Yes.
Representative Tejas.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Representative Hartnett. Representative Lucas.
Yes.
And Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Okay. 18-0.
And Representative Weber, you have a motion, I assume.
I move consent.
Okay. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Representative Kofal, you'll do the committee report? Okay, thank you.
Just give me a second to do a little bit more writing,
Sure.
because I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, I know. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? Okay. Next up is 1796 FN. Representative Polazov.
I move ought to pass.
Okay, and Representative Mazer seconds. You wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. This is another bill on psilocybin. So this one establishes a whole system of approved clinical settings for this imported but currently unused medication. A licensing system for cultivation, testing, and therapy providers will be established, and department can create regulatory requirements for training, data collection, reporting, and continuing education. So this bill will enable New Hampshire to use psilocybin for multiple conditions, including treatment-resistant depression, PTSD, substance use disorder, end-of-life care, and other qualified conditions. So I believe we can benefit financially once this program is established and save some lives as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reluctantly have to disagree on this one, although I think that the exploration of use of psilocybin is a very good idea. I think that we chose the right vehicle when we passed the first bill. And this bill requires, in a non-budget year, a significant expenditure of funds by DHHS. It doesn't have, I don't think it had an appropriation in it, but if it did, we will remember that the DHHS had a significant reduction in its budget to begin with and is still having to deal with a $51 million back of the budget adjustment going forward. And I think that it is fiscally imprudent to start with that. I think it would be much more sensible to start with the bill we already passed, which provides good guidelines and leaves the matter in the hands of the researchers who ought to be doing the research without the necessity to set up a whole new bureaucracy in DHHS. So I will be voting no on the ought to pass.
Thank you. Other discussion? Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to add, I've been struggling with this because I voted for the other bill, and I do see that it passed on consent. So because of the fiscal note and because of how high it is, I'm going to be voting against the ought to pass motion.
Thank you. Representative Hartnett and then Representative Woods.
At this point, I feel like administratively, we're not prepared to oversee this, manage it. Representative Weber made the point about the finances involved, but also we could use a little more time to study the science. I think we all hope that the psilocybin medication or use of it as a medicine can lead to help for people with, stubborn, unresponsive depression, PTSD, but the science is just flatly not there. It's weak, and it's anecdotal, and it's promising, but let's please study it, as the first bill we heard earlier today will allow us to do.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Woods and then Representative Guyson.
Thank you. Just as a frame of reference for the comments that have been made in terms of the complexity and the fiscal note, I served on the medical marijuana initial program during its startup and was involved until I became a legislator and saw this firsthand. Trust me, the comments about this being not ready for prime time in terms of the administration, I would support that position and will vote against this.
Thank you. Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's some part of this that's not ready for prime time, then it's only the rollout administration portion. It's not the science portion. This is being used in multiple other states, multiple other countries to great effect. It's been studied extensively, and we have a choice to be on the cutting edge of having therapy supported by the use of this medication to save lives, or letting other states take that business and not be a part of the path forward. That's where I see this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else? The clerk is ready, I think. So motion is ought to pass on HB 1796 FN. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Representative Mazur?
Yes.
Representative McLean?
Yes.
Representative DeLamus? Yes. Representative Kofal?
Yes.
Representative Palazzo?
Yes.
Representative Drew?
Yes.
Representative Guyson?
Yes.
Representative McGrath?
No.
Representative Kesselring?
No.
Representative Weber? No. Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Woods?
No.
Representative Palmer?
No.
Representative Tejas?
No.
Representative Juris?
No.
Representative Hartnett?
No.
And Representative Lucas?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Okay. All right. Just make sure you have 7-11. And the vote is 7-11. The OTP does not pass.
Okay.
I think Representative Hartnett might have enough.
Representative Hartnett, do you want to make a motion? Representative Hartnett? Or?
I think so,
Okay.
but I'm not sure what it is.
IT.
Oh, sure, yeah. That I can do. I make the motion ITL.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes, second.
Representative Weber seconds. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Hartnett?
No.
Okay. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion. Okay, the motion is ITL on HB 1796 FN. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the motion is ITL. Representative Mazur?
No.
Representative McLean?
No.
Representative DeLamus? No. Representative Kofal?
No.
Representative Palazzo?
No.
Representative Drew?
No.
Representative Guyson?
No.
Representative McGrath?
Yes.
Representative Kesselring?
Yes.
Representative Weber?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I blanked.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Woods?
Yes.
Representative Palmer?
Yes.
Representative Tejas?
Yes.
Representative Juris?
Yes.
Representative Hartnett?
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
And Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. So the vote is 11-7, and the motion of ITL passes.
Representative Palazzo, if you're gonna do the committee report on OTP?
I can do minority.
Minority.
The vote was ITL.
Yeah.
Right,
So
so,
it would be Representative Hartnett bill.
so the minority report will be by Representative Palazzo, correct? The majority report will be done by Representative Hartnett? Does that sound right? Is that correct? Okay.
Tim Hartnett's doing the ITL.
Yes, he's
And that's the committee report.
Yep.
11-7.
The OTP he's doing.
Yes. Okay, moving on. HB 1562 FN. Representative McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion of ought to pass as amended and move amendment 0325H.
Okay, and Representative Mazer, I believe you have a second?
Yes, second.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative McLean?
Yes, so first I want to take an opportunity to clarify some confusion about the amendment. In the amendment that I handed out with respect to the residential care section, I had amended A, and when I went to OLS, I also had B in the amendment, but the reason that they didn't put B in the amendment is because they said it's redundant. It's already in the original bill as introduced, so they put the amendment on hold, but the provisions for the rehabilitation facilities that the counties wanted are in there, and section 1B, any rehabilitation facility, that is the county's language, and from the conversations with them, they were okay with that. However, the Diocese of Manchester and Bob Dunn did come up, and he did say, he had concern with, any reference to a rehabilitation facility, rehabilitation hospitals at all, whether it's direct pay or not. So I think there was a little bit of a difference between where the diocese was and where the counties were. So I'm okay with this language, but if the committee feels that it's better, there was also a discussion between Representative Weber and Greg Moore saying, at this point, the residential section has gone through death of 1,000 cuts. First we got the nursing homes, and then we got the intermediate care and the skilled nursing. So at this point, we kind of whittled away everything. Does it perhaps not make more sense just to jettison section 1 outright and just keep C and D in section 1 of the bill, which, preserves the moratorium except for any rehabilitation facility whose sole purpose is to treat individuals with substance use disorder, which is already in the law. So I'm just kind of trying to get the committee's feedback on their thoughts about, do we hold off and come back with that amendment? And I see Representative Weber's hand is up.
Representative Weber. Microphone.
Sorry, thank you. I don't think this is ready for prime time yet, and I certainly appreciate an effort to come up with other solutions that are clearer. I'm probably going to vote no at the end of it anyway, but I'd love to have the opportunity to see the next effort, and because we only just heard this today, I think that that's a very appropriate way to go, is to take it off for today and put it back on the next time we have an executive session.
So I'll throw that out to you, Mr. Chair, given the timeliness of the bill. I have no objection to going back and removing A and B from the bill in section 1 and going over to section 5 and getting rid of the references to rehabilitation facilities there, so that it cleans it up and at least maybe not everybody's going to vote for it, but at least cleans it up. So, your call.
Trying to remember if this is an early bill or not. Not that we don't still have time.
Kristen, do you have that?
1562.
It is not.
Oh,
Oh,
yay.
excellent.
Okay.
So if that's the case, Mr. Chair, if I have your indulgence, I'll go back and make that further amendment, and we can discuss that at the next executive session.
And
Do we have to withdraw? I don't
We do,
think
we do, we do. Representative Weber?
And I was just going to ask if you could clarify with the county nursing homes their position with the specific amendment that you're going to draft, because I heard their position a little differently, and I don't want to act on incorrect information. So if you would make sure you get that information to them and their position on that
Okay.
amendment specifically, that would be very helpful.
All right, sounds good. I'll get some contact information and make that happen.
Thank you.
So Representative McLean, you were withdrawing your motion about to pass?
Yes.
And Representative Delamus, I believe you seconded that motion.
No, Mason, it was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I withdraw. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Chris, now, oh, there you are. So because this was noticed, we have to continue it to a time certain? Okay, so we don't have to announce any time. Okay.
And what do I do with this paper? Turn it in with the rest of the staff?
So that they know that you didn't do it.
Right.
Okay. You didn't forget.
Okay.
Okay, so we will continue 1562 FN until another time and move on at this time to HB 1653.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sorry.
I have a recusal on this bill.
On 1653?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so on 1653, I will look, Representative Drew, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to ITL HB 1653.
Okay, and I will second that motion. Do you wish to speak to the main motion?
How to say something that won't get me in real trouble. To me, this bill was a transparent attempt to use the government to sabotage the competition. That is something that I am dramatically opposed to, and that is the reason why I brought forward ITL.
Okay, Representative Weber.
Thank you. I see it in a very different light. I see it as a way of making sure that patients are making informed choices at a time when they are very much under stress and when it's easy to lose sight of the fact that the decisions that you're making have consequences, and the concerns about what is convenient for the facility versus what is in the best interest of the patient, who may have medical records, other providers, and other reasons for going to a different facility, are important, and therefore I will oppose the ITL, and I would hope for not to pass.
Okay, other discussion. Representative Polazov.
I support the motion of ITL. My understanding, there was no specific examples of specific situations that would require this bill in New Hampshire.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Kopal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do share the opinion of Representative Weber that informed patient choice is important. I think there are two ways really to see this bill. One is through the lens of patient choice, and the other is through the lens of, perhaps not having an entirely even playing field. So I think that there are potential ways that this could be addressed. I think too much work is required on the bill at this point, and perhaps if it were to be brought back in the future, I think it would be helpful and could shed some additional light on the bill if there were, if we could dig a little deeper into sort of patient stories and sort of how has the lack of this kind of legislation negatively impacted people in the Granite State. So I will be voting ITL, but I do see some merits in the informed choice elements of the bill.
Okay, thank you. Representative Woods.
Thank you. Again, maybe I interpreted incorrectly, but my understanding and doing a little background was that in fact the term transfer would not hold if in fact a parent company has an emergency room because it's the same entity, and therefore under EMTALA it does not constitute a transfer. And so what we're trying to accomplish is open choice. Technically, if I may be incorrect, but if in fact it doesn't hold, then they wouldn't have to offer that choice if it's the same entity, and transfer by definition in federal law under EMTALA wouldn't hold. So that may have to be cleared if we look at this again.
Representative Weber.
I was just wondering if there was any appetite among the people who are currently looking at ITL to interim study this bill. Okay, thank you. That clarifies that.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else. Motion is ITL on HB 1653. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay. Representative Mazur,
Yes.
Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Copal,
Yes.
Representative Collazo,
Yes.
Representative Drew,
Yes.
Representative Guyson,
Yes.
Representative McGrath,
Yes.
Representative Kesselring,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Woods,
No.
Representative Palmer,
No.
Representative Taya. Oh, you're recusing, sorry. Representative Juris,
No.
Representative Hartnett,
No.
Representative Lucas,
No.
and Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Seven, and we have one in the no vote.
And
Line.
the
So
Representative
the
Drew,
ITL
you'll do the majority report on that?
The outcome was 10-7 with one
Recusal.
no vote recusal.
But you don't normally report that. It just comes out 10-7.
Okay.
So Representative Drew, you'll do the majority report on that? Okay, great. And do we know who's doing the minority yet?
We don't yet. Anybody from the no side desperate to do the minority report? Don't all leap at once?
I don't think anybody's ever. anxious
Okay,
or-
I guess I'm doing the minority report.
Okay, and that is it. That concludes all of the bills we had noticed for executive session, and I think that we're prepared to address today. We're done much earlier than I thought we would be.
When do you need the reports in by?
I'm assuming it's too late for this week's calendar. I know that usually. Actually, let me just track down Kristen Grant. I know they're desperate for reports, but I don't think we're going to make it.
Thank you. This isn't like the third or fourth time I've clerked. Just takes a minute to get back into the swing of things. Yeah, I think
When the reports are due, because the question is whether the ship has sailed for this calendar. or
which
not.
it may have.
My reports are due after I get back home from work. So that's when my reports are due.
There, as the dinosaur on the committee, I will say that there was a time when we were not allowed to leave.
That's right. You write them
before we
now.
wrote
Yeah,
the
when you
report.
handwrite
You can
them.
take that with my employer.
And there was a great deal of writing out and handwriting, and then for me, I'm much happier drafting in a quiet room without people around than emailing it, because then I have a copy and it's all clear and clean. And
I share your sentiments.
so I'm hoping that the result will be that we can send them in tonight or tomorrow, and
I predict
AI will take it over after listening to the whole conversation. You push a button and it'll give you your minority report.
Have you read?
Hey Lisa,
I said
can you
someday.
help me
Not
on
now.